Buongiorno a tutti da Firenze, dal Maggio Musicale Fiorentino. Good morning, everyone. Day number 5. And we are very happy today to announce that the Ministry of Culture just sent a letter that we will have the support, financial support from them. Siamo molto felici, stamani mattina quasi elettrici, perché il Ministero della Cultura, a seguito di un bando presentato, ci ha riconosciuto un riconoscimento importante economico. Quindi viva! Siamo molto ma molto felici perché nonostante appunto tutti i nostri sponsor eccetera eccetera, le risorse economiche servono sempre per poter gratificare tutte le persone che lavorano a questo festival. Adesso presentiamo come tutti i giorni la prima sezione del Mind, Soul and Body e Elies sicuramente sarà già collegato Eccolo là, grande Elies, come stai?
Bene Luca, grazie, come stai tu?
Molto bene, abbiamo appena ricevuto la notizia dal Ministero della Cultura che ci hanno finanziato questo progetto, quindi viva!
Fantastico, non ti vedo ora, non so la connessione se va bene o no.
Non lo so se mi vede o non mi vedi, però vediamo se riusciamo a entrare in contatto in un momento solo, perché stavamo festeggiando Elies.
Sì, come sempre.
Mi vedi ora?
Mm, no,
Bene.
ora sì.
Buongiorno fratello!
Buongiorno fratello italiano, come stai?
Molto bene, molto bene. Al-
Fantastica notizia, eh?
Sì, molto bella e che ci rallegra e comunque dà valore al festival, no? Il riconoscimento del Ministero della Cultura non soltanto in un patrocinio ma proprio in soldoni, questa è la cosa fondamentale. Quindi grazie al
Claro.
Ministero e grazie a tutti i progettisti, le persone, Sabrina, Beatrice e Franca che hanno lavorato sul progetto. Vabbè, io ci ho messo poco, diciamo, ho fatto soltanto la direzione artistica, dai, di questo festival,
Fantastico.
che non è
Ho
poco.
ricevuto qualcun mail per vedere se è possibile parlare un po' in spagnolo
Sì?
nella classe.
Sì?
Sì, possiamo, oggi magari possiamo parlare un po'
Lo
in
puoi,
spagnolo.
lo puoi fare anche in ital-spagnolo,
Perfetto.
mezzo e mezzo. Vai, puoi iniziare la tua classe.
Perfecto, Luca.
Grazie mille,
Gracias a ti,
un
gracias.
abbraccio.
Abrazo, abrazo. Bueno, buenos días, good morning. Um, Me gustaría hoy hacer la clase en español casi todo el tiempo, si os parece, y vamos a hacer un resumen de todo lo que hemos visto estos días. En primer lugar, yo creo que vamos a cerrar los ojos ya directamente, desde el principio, si os parece. Vamos a cerrar los ojos, yo os voy a ir diciendo algunas frases. Estamos haciendo una clase de yoga y tenemos que saber qué es eso del yoga, porque si no, ¿verdad? ¿Qué estamos haciendo? ¿No? Entonces, lo primero, sentados de una manera confortable. Encontrad un, un lugar no especialmente exótico ni extraño, solamente que estéis cómodos y cómodas, ¿vale? Encontrad ese sitio. Relajaos y cerramos los ojos. Vamos a dar la bienvenida a este día. Son las 8 de la mañana aquí. Yoga también se puede entender como bienvenida, ¿eh? Es dar la bienvenida a todas las cosas. Y vamos a ver, con los ojos cerrados, sentados confortablemente, relajados, tranquilos. Fijaos que durante todo el día nuestra atención está hacia afuera, pero pocas veces nuestra atención la llevamos hacia adentro. Entonces está bien empezar el día llevando esta atención hacia nosotros. La vida es un viaje, ¿no? Es como si quisiéramos hacer un viaje en coche, pero no conociéramos el coche. Por todo el mundo, ¿no? Entonces, si no conocemos el coche, pueden pasar muchas cosas, ¿no? Imprevistas. Y no sabes solucionar, ¿no?, los problemas. Entonces, es algo así, ¿no? Tenemos este cuerpo-mente para hacer el viaje de la vida, pero si no lo conocemos, si no nos lo enseñan, porque creo que en la escuela no nos lo enseñan mucho. Nos enseñan muchas cosas, pero esta máquina que tenemos, maravillosa, me parece que no mucho. Entonces, es hora de conocerla, ¿no? Esto es yoga también. Sabéis que yoga es unión entre tú y la conciencia, entre tú y tú mismo, por decirlo así, entre tú y Dios, o en fin, entre tú y el universo. Entonces, vamos a ver esta máquina, vamos a ver qué es esto, si os parece. Vamos a investigarlo juntos, ¿no? Sin ideas preconcebidas, sin pasado y sin futuro. Vamos a ver directamente. Esto es yoga. Vamos a ver qué es lo que hay aquí ahora. Con los ojos cerrados. Vamos a ver de qué está hecha esta máquina, con la cual vamos a poder volar, amar, viajar, también hacer música. Y si os fijáis, lo primero que vemos, lo primero que se nos aparece es que hay conciencia, es decir, es muy obvio, ¿no? Es un hecho, ¿no?, que vosotros me estáis escuchando a mí, ¿verdad? Hay algo que está escuchando estas palabras ahora y que escucha este silencio. ¿Veis? Esta altísima vibración que llamamos conciencia, que es eso que percibe, that which perceive these words in this moment, consciousness, awareness. In italiano, quello che ascolta queste parole in questo momento, just right now. ¿Ok? Es evidente, es una evidencia, ¿vale? Es un hecho, no es una creencia religiosa, ¿ok? Es un hecho que hay conciencia. It's a fact. There is consciousness. Y esta conciencia que percibe, ¿ok? Vamos a ver ahora la otra parte. ¿Qué es lo que percibe? Lo que percibe son tres cosas. Pensamientos. Había una mística española que a los pensamientos lo llamaba la loca de la casa. Es decir, a la mente la llamaba la loca de la casa, ¿no? Porque los pensamientos van y vienen, ¿no? En fin, dejando eso aparte, hay pensamientos, hay sensaciones corporales. Esto también lo podemos percibir ahora. ¿Sí? Y luego también hay percepciones externas. Seguramente escucháis algún sonido que os viene de fuera. ¿Vale? Entonces, básicamente tenemos estos tres objetos de la conciencia, ¿veis? Vamos a, si os parece, vamos a explorar, porque para explorar el tema de los pensamientos necesitaríamos otro curso o unas cuantas vidas. Es un tema un poco más complejo. Podemos hacerlo, pero lo dejamos ahora de momento aparcado y nos vamos a centrar en el segundo de los grandes objetos de la conciencia, ¿vale? Que es las sensaciones corporales. Entonces, vamos a iniciar un viaje con una linterna, ¿sí? Para, mediante la percepción, descubrir qué es lo que hay aquí, qué es lo que hay aquí, ahora. Podéis viajar por vuestro cuerpo, no forzar absolutamente nada, percibir la totalidad del cuerpo. Perceive your body. Es un trabajo interior. Después tendréis tiempo de abrir los ojos y de poner toda vuestra atención fuera. Todo el día vais a tener. Pero ahora miremos ahí dentro. Sin hacer nada más. Solamente estemos con nosotros mismos. Estate contigo mismo. ¿Puedes percibir tus piernas? Podemos también subir ahora con la linterna y ver qué es lo que hay en los brazos. Démonos cuenta de esta maravilla que es vuestro cuerpo de vibración. También podemos sentir seguramente todo el tronco, pecho. Quizá esto lo sentimos menos, más, cada uno tenéis que ir viendo, ¿vale? En Grecia hay un lugar que se llama Delfos, maravilloso, mágico, y había un templo, todavía quedan las ruinas, en donde un templo a Apolo. Apolo significa no muchos, Apoloi, no dos, no muchos, la no dualidad, la unidad, Apolo, el sol. Y allí decía, conócete a ti mismo, pues eso. Pasemos ahora hacia el cuello y la cabeza. Relajamos los músculos de la cara. De los ojos también. Los labios. Relax your head. Don't force anything. Deja tu cuerpo ser como es. Este es tu viaje. Observa si se mueven las sensaciones corporales. Mira si son más densas, si hay dolor, si hay vibraciones, como hormigueos. Solo observa. Just perceive. Don't do anything. Don't change anything, absolutely. No interfieras en nada. La naturaleza es sabia y sabe más que nosotros. Contemplad la maravilla de la vida, ¿no? Vibrando. Si os vienen pensamientos, no pasa nada, pero podéis decirles que gracias, pero no es su fiesta ahora. Ya vendrá luego, si acaso, ¿vale? Ahora la fiesta es de música marchosa y esa música es la música de vuestras células. Y por tanto es ahí donde colocamos nuestra percepción, ¿vale? Fijaos qué nivel de relax podemos obtener solamente escuchando este milagro que es vuestro cuerpo. Este nivel de percepción que tenéis ahora es muy útil para después tocar el instrumento, ¿vale? Sobre todo es muy útil para vivir. Es muy útil para vivir en plenitud y seguramente encontrar eso que llaman felicidad. ¿Sabéis? Cuando dicen que la felicidad no está fuera, no se sabe muy bien dentro dónde está. Si en el hígado o en el pulmón, pues no. Dentro se refiere a esto. Dentro se refiere a la consciencia, a eso que percibe. Que en cuanto le damos una oportunidad, empieza a brillar como el sol, pero dentro de nosotros. Relajad la cara. Fijaos que hay tensiones, a veces residuos, tensiones mentales, tensiones corporales, problemas, no sé qué. Muchas cosas. Esta es la medicina última. Percibirla, percibirlos. Y soltarlos. Ahora, aquí. Disfrutad un poco más de este baño de luz. Abríos a ello. Es como volver a nacer cada día. Como bautizarnos, ¿no? Con el agua de la vida, que es el agua de la conciencia. Si estáis atentos a esa conciencia, veréis que también es ternura y que también es inteligencia. Y también es paz. Y ahora podemos hacer una transición, como todos los días, pero manteniendo esta calidad perceptiva, ¿vale? Esta conexión contigo mismo. Es como de repente haber conocido tu propia esencia vibratoria, ¿no? Obviamente esto es amor, no hace falta decirlo, ¿no? Este es el amor del que habla Dante, cuando en la Divina Comedia dice el amor che muove il sole e le altre stelle, el amor que mueve el sol y las demás estrellas, fijaos. Fijaos qué versos, fijaos qué belleza. Por parte de los poetas también, ¿no? Para intentar describir esto, esta experiencia de luz y de unidad. Porque ahí somos uno, si os dais cuenta, en esta percepción, en esta conciencia. No es distinta la mía que la vuestra. Es la mía, absolutamente la misma. No tiene género, ni edad, ni tiempo. Es pura luz. Es universal. Es cósmica. Es decir, universal y además armoniosa. Cosmos significa armonía. Fijaos, esta luz, esta conciencia, es universal. Fijaos, si esta conciencia respira, entonces es cósmica. Respiración cósmica. Ahí está la paz, que todo el mundo buscamos, claro. En ese silencio enamorado que está dentro de ti. Aquí y ahora. Si vienen pensamientos, lo mismo de antes, se les dice que no es, que de momento que no es su fiesta, ¿vale? Y seguimos ahí con esa vibración alta. Percibimos de nuevo el cuerpo, por favor, los brazos. ¿Sí? No perdamos esa conexión con el cuerpo, es fundamental. Y ahora vamos a empezar a abrir los ojos sin perder esta conexión. ¿sí? Con los ojos abiertos también podemos percibir las piernas. Podemos hasta percibir el aire. Nuestro entorno, quizá. Podéis ver, posar vuestra vista ahora, vuestra mirada en los objetos que tenéis alrededor, sin perder vuestro contacto con vosotros mismos. Y quizás os asombre lo que veis. El mundo de repente acaba de nacer. Y todo es nuevo. Hasta tú mismo. Percibimos otra vez el cuerpo, que no perdamos nunca esta cualidad. Podemos hacer un poquito una transición de 2-3 minutos para la clase con Luca. Colocamos la cabeza, hemos hablado de eso, de la colocación de la cabeza para tocar y para vivir. La cabeza no está aquí, sino que es mejor que, ¿vale?, que vaya aquí atrás, que el peso de la cabeza recaiga sobre la espina dorsal, ¿sí? Y luego, importantísimo, una vez hecho esto, que el cuello exista, ¿vale? Que no estemos así, que estemos así. Y percibir la libertad del movimiento del cuello. Esto es fundamental. ¿Ok? Podemos percibir esta libertad en el movimiento también, con los hombros, ligeramente, suavemente. Cuidado que se nos ha ido la percepción, ¿verdad? Volvemos a percibir el cuerpo, esta vibración, esta calidad vibratoria. Con movimiento. A ver si es posible esto. ¿Vale? Y ahora con la respiración suave, os recuerdo la parte baja de aquí. Luca también nos habla de ello. Estamos haciendo una transición a su clase. Seamos conscientes de respirar abajo, al medio y arriba. Abajo. Abajo y al medio. Abajo, al medio y arriba. Podemos soltar los brazos. Podemos mover la cintura. Podemos percibir la libertad de movimientos corporales. Podemos respirar moviendo las manos hacia arriba. Y ahora podemos dar las gracias al Italian Brass Week por haber organizado esta maravilla de festival. Y muchísimas gracias por por estar ahí, por escuchar. Y no perdamos esta calidad vibratoria. No la perdamos nunca, incluso cuando tocamos, porque esto es amor, esto es interpretación, esto es creación de belleza también, desde nuestro corazón. Muy importante. Luca.
Ecco, grande. Gracias para tus clases y para dar emociones, cultura, vibración y ayudar a los estudiantes naturalmente a avere una visione completa di tutto che è essere un musico, perché essere un musico non è solo tocar, è essere un essere umano completo.
Absolutamente.
Sí.
Estoy completamente de acuerdo contigo, ya lo sabes, lo hemos hablado, y muy de acuerdo contigo también en que tenemos que abrir la mente, la cabeza, a las otras artes.
Sí.
Absolutamente. Sí. Para la pintura, las bellas artes en general, la poesía, también la filosofía quizás,
claro.
La literatura, la contemplación, incluso esa parte espiritual que tú y yo también hemos hablado. Una parte espiritual que no niega la parte carnal.
No, para nada.
Al revés, la abraza.
Sí, sí, abbracciare il mondo, abbracciare todo el mundo con un abrazo ahora virtual, ma está bastante, este festival yo pienso que sea un abrazo a las personas de todo el mundo per dar la esperanza de conseguir información, conseguir appunto, una speranza di solidarietà per la musica, di solidarietà para todo.
Absolutamente. Date cuenta además que esta situación lo que nos está obligando es a estar hacia adentro. Entonces, este trabajo de introspección ahora deviene fundamental. Porque si entramos dentro y solamente vemos pensamientos, es una locura.
Sí.
Tenemos este trabajo interior de percepción, de conciencia pura, conciencia primero corporal y después de la misma conciencia que es pura luz. Creo que es lo único que nos puede salvar. Por eso estoy muy contento de poder hacer este curso contigo. Y también me parece muy simbólico que se hace en Florencia, porque Florencia es la flor, y es la flor de la esperanza.
Sí.
Y también es el renacimiento, es el volver a nacer.
Es un renacimiento para todo el mundo. El mensaje más importante es que está partiendo de aquí, está empezando de aquí, de Florencia, por el mundo.
Como siempre. Como ya ocurrió hace 500 años, ¿verdad?
Exactamente. Mira, gracias ELIES per tu contributo, siempre excepcional. Always,
muchas gracias.
Always
muy feliz.
So great.
Muy feliz de estar con vosotros. Gracias.
Gracias, nos vemos mañana. Un abrazo.
Okay, un abrazo grande. Chao.
So now, good morning. We need to wait a few seconds for the next room, and I will explain today how to warm up, but you know, it's still morning, so it's very nice that you understand everyone how to warm up, how to wake your body. Okay, ELIES, of course, already did very good work on the breathing, which is my work too. And so I'm jumping on the mechanical breath. And if you use this blue machine, that you can buy it easily in the Wind and Song website, or there is some Spanish, probably some Italian too, that sell it. But I normally send everybody to Wind and Song because it's related to Arnold Jacobs. Is Brian Friedrichsen that is taking care of this website and selling these machines in Chicago. Okay, Now I put the metronome, so I show you how I do my warm-up, my breathing warm-up. Thank you, 60. Fantastico, 60, 60, 60. Good, boom. So, you just put the metronome on, and you just close the machine, and you just count up to 10. And so on. This is the only machine, there is many, they're called spirometers. This is the only machine that you can see the air. So the balls go up, and then you turn it around, and when you blow, you see that you are blowing. Most of the students maybe get good air, so inhalate, and they are not able to blow right after. So there is these two things that you really need to learn. So now I put a little bit more resistance. So I open, and it's number 2. Still, sorry, I was doing 12. So it's 3 bars of 60, 3 bars of 4 quarters. Now I do 10. Questo è molto veloce, di solito bisognerebbe fare 10 volte. Normally you need to do the exercise 10 times. Rest after each one, riposare dopo ogni esercizio e ovviamente poi ricominciare. E adesso andiamo a 4. Chiaramente più che apriamo la macchinetta, normally if you open more the resistance, and we put it now at 4, of course the time will be less. I make it easy. You can go up to many seconds. It depends on the habits that you have and how many hours you're doing during the week. Yes, we can do it now together if you have the blue machine, no problem. I was considering that you could do it, stavo considerando che potessi capire che stavamo facendo questo. Non ho chiesto se avete la machine. Potresti mettermi lo schermo intero? A me così vedo chi ce l'ha, chi non ce l'ha. E se volete fare anche delle domande è molto interessante, vi prenotate in chat. Ok? Buongiorno a tutti ragazzi e ragazze, vedo che c'è la Stefania, poi da lontano non riesco a sto invecchiando. I can't read from far, but I'm sure I know most of you. Ok, yes, the blue machine. This is very helpful. Questo è molto molto importante to use it because you train yourself how to breathe. And if you do it every day, your body will react. Se voi la fate tutti i giorni, il vostro corpo reagirà e la vostra capacità toracica e chiaramente anche la parte del ventre si aggiusterà, si adatterà a un respiro molto più ampio. If you do it every day, the TX capacity and of course this part of the body will react, and every day you will have more capacity. Okay, most of you doesn't use enough air and doesn't blow correctly. So what we have here is also different balance. If I play Mozart, I go all completely close. If I play maybe Brahms and Mahler, I can go up to 4 or 6. I'll show you later. So we keep going, we go to 6, we change, and of course not 8 seconds, it's going to be maybe 5, 6 seconds, okay? 2, 3, 4. Okay, then we stop. I can feel that I'm start to sweating, sto cominciando a sudare. Ciao Giuseppe, da lontano ora mi metto anche gli occhiali, a me così vedo chi VC è. No, vedo peggio con gli occhiali, questi sono quelli che da vicino. Allora, questo è molto importante. Per i primi 4 mesi, for the first 4 months, don't go over 6. Your goal is 6, okay? So this is a planning of 5 years study. 5 years study. My student knows that I'm not giving 6 months practicing. Is 5 years project. Why? Because the first 2 years you need to learn all the technique. First year, all the technique and concerts. Second year, playing, auditioning for me, not for the orchestra. And then third year, just start to go out from my class, still in my class, but outside Italy, with some other professor, Erasmus project, blah, blah, blah. And then, this is called the pyramid, with the target on top, and you need to choose the orchestra that you want to play with. Dovete scegliere l'orchestra con la quale voi è il vostro desiderio suonare, ok? Per me era la London Symphony, and for me was the London Symphony my target. I never played with the London Symphony, but I played with Berlin Philharmonic, Chicago Symphony, Concertgebouw, Israel Philharmonic, many orchestras. Unluckily, I never had the chance to play with London Symphony, but you never know, maybe next life. I will reborn horn play. No, if I reborn, se io rinasco, voglio rinascere contrabbasso. Because it's easy going, you know, just a boo, boo, boo. And you can play jazz too. So, now we put it back 0. La rimettiamo a 0 e cominciamo a fare delle melodie sempre a metronomo. Ok, I forgot to tell. before playing, you need to have the sound clear in your mind. So, what is the sound? Prima di iniziare a fare questo esercizio, dovreste avere chiaro il suono che avete in testa. Perciò che sia il suono di Bauman, di Clevenger o di Stefan Dorr, per me è uguale. Però sarà il vostro suono a uscire fuori dallo strumento. It will be your sound coming out from the instrument. So, you need to have clear and sing. This is pretty much like Italian opera. Then you put the mouthpiece inside, so sing it first by yourself. If you have a piano, it's much better. Otherwise, with okay, and then we play together. 1, 2, 3. Rest. 1, 2, 1, 2. And the last note always very long. 2, 3, 4. Look. 1. Okay, this is very helpful too, and I come a little bit more near. Oh, you can give me, can you zoom, please? So they can see the ball. Please, okay, wait a second, they can zoom with the camera. They need to watch here very much, very much, very much. Thank you. I think this is enough. So this is a kind of a bending legato. Okay, so it's beautiful legato, and you go everywhere. You can make, of course, also arpeggios. And so on. Very simple, very simple. You need to play very simple. No, lasciamelo così. Very simple, just because you need to give good information. Dovete dare buone informazioni al vostro sistema operativo, al vostro cervello, che chiaramente ripetendo queste cose tutti i giorni vi porterà ad avere una certa libertà. Si chiama freedom to play music, freedom to make music. Ok? Dopo questo, chiaramente, dopo un tot di mesi che fate questo lavoro, after few months that you play very nice phrases, not crazy thing, okay? You will be able to play concertos, okay? Don't start today with a concerto. Just be wise. Cercate di essere saggi. Fate questi esercizi anche con delle linee melodiche, with the melodic lines, beautiful solo like, I would say, Frank Sinatra. Eccetera, eccetera. You know? Barry Tuckwell, una volta io ho chiesto, ma con cosa si riscaldava lei? Perché when I asked Barry Tuckwell, he didn't play anymore. And he said, oh, you know, by the way, I was playing lots of Frank Sinatra songs, from one octave lower up to the top note. Why Frank Sinatra? Because you use your voice. You use your voice. And you're thinking about singing. So, opera, Frank Sinatra, Ella Fitzgerald, wherever. You need to be a singer and become a singer. After that, I want to explain this. The blue machine is not only helpful to breathe or to buzz in the legato, but it's also very helpful to see the ball when you have a tongue. So, as I was telling the last day, come stavo dicendo negli scorsi giorni, non esiste una, due, tre articolazioni. Doesn't exist only three articulations. There is many, 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 many. It depends on, you know, how much you think and how much you write. Dipende da quanto scrivi e da quanto voi pensate. Every single period should have a different articulation. And it's just adding consonant, vowel, and consonant, or just two, or three, or consonant, vowel, vowel, and ton, ton is three A. Ton, ton, to, very, very precise. To, to, and so on. T, d, do, dan, ta, with the H in the middle. Ta. This is very deep sound, profondo, suono. How you control the ear on your staccato? Look. This was ta, ta, ta. Now, ta, 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 a little bit more separate. So it's like a string playing like this. Ta, 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 ta. Okay? And you will see the ball is going down. But always the same movement of the ball and the tongue and the ear. Now, ting, ting with the resonance. The ball will go down because there is a resonance, but the sound will be different. Tom, ting, tom, toon. And when you play the horn, you need to have many, many different possibilities. For instance, when I say to my students, you know, there is not even sound. What makes the even sound is the voice. Ma. Okay, so you put in your mind, okay, this is my color. It's going to be bright. And you sing the whole piece. You memorize every single details. With notes, with no notes, doesn't matter. If you use the notes, do, o, re, e, mi, I, will change the stream of the air. Do, re, mi. Look my face. Do, o, re, e. Stretch your lips. Mi, I, fa. Again, open. So it's the ear, the tongue will change your playing. So, very slowly, you take time and do this. No, like a singer. Then you pick up the mouthpiece and you just do it the same, thinking about then of course the sound will be easy. And when you play, you don't have to think about the instrument or the mouthpiece. It's just everything is done. Okay, when I play technique, I never think about technique. I always think about the music. So, please, per favore, non suonate statici. Metteteci il cuore l'anima e pensate sempre alla musica, perché la musica e la musicalità vivono insieme, ma devono parlare. Perciò la musica è fatta col cervello, la musicalità è il nostro istinto. The music and the musicality needs to communicate. So the brain is the music and the musicality is our instinct. They need to be together with all the details, ear, blowing buzz, cantare, discipline, fantasy, and so on, okay? So, including articulation, style, and many other things. It's very important for your career, and I wish you now a very good enjoy. I don't know if you will join the Gabriella RANIA. You know, the mind is the most important thing that we have. So if we use the mind, se noi usiamo il cervello in una maniera bella, positiva, anche il nostro suonare sarà molto bello e positivo. E I think it's finished. Thank you very much, grazie mille e ci vediamo domani. Vi voglio a tutti tanto bene. Ciao!
Is a DM brass visualizer. It is a round rim. You put it around your mouthpiece and you get your mouthpiece. And the DM brass people, Danilo, he makes a very good product.
Buongiorno ancora e dopo una bellissima classe di ELIES e la mia, spero vi sia piaciuta, adesso come tutte le mattine andiamo a presentare la nostra life coach, mental coach. Il cervello è molto importante. As usual, every day we have yoga and then me with the breathing and you know, my philosophy is A.B. Canta. And now, as usual, we have Gabriella RANIA, our mental and life coach. Enjoy, Gabriella.
Una delle più grandi difficoltà oggi è riuscire a ottenere risultati di qualità nel lavoro. Un lavoro che ti dia soddisfazioni economiche, soddisfazioni in termini di risultati, ma anche avere insieme a questo ottime relazioni, tanto tempo per se stessi, una profonda serenità e, in parole povere, un'ottima qualità di vita. Ma se ti dicessi che è davvero possibile avere tutte queste cose e soprattutto un perfetto equilibrio tra loro, ti piacerebbe scoprire come? Sono Gabriella RANIA, direttrice toscana della Roberto Re Leadership School e da oltre 12 anni mi occupo di formazione personale e professionale per i risultati. Ho lavorato in questi anni con oltre 5.000 persone, ho all'attivo un team di 50 collaboratori e 300 clienti a settimana, con risultati dal 30 al 60% già nei primi 4-5 mesi di lavoro insieme. Da questo è nato anche un fantastico libro edito Mondadori dal titolo Il vero successo, di cui io sono autrice. Ma in buona sostanza tutto questo è possibile a condizione che tu sappia come farlo. Ci hanno sempre detto che non si può avere tutto. Ed è vero, non si può avere tutto se non sai come farlo, perché magari hai delle abilità specifiche in un settore e su qualcos'altro invece dovrai allenarti. Il punto è che si può se hai strategie, metodo e competenze a sufficienza. Per questo nasce il programma Fly. FLY è l'acronimo di Find a Leader in You, crea il leader che è in te. È un programma studiato apposta per darti gli strumenti, le competenze, le conoscenze, ma soprattutto l'allenamento necessario per arrivare a risultati come questi. Ecco alcuni degli ingredienti che rendono il percorso FLY il percorso più efficace tra tutti. Innanzitutto le competenze che acquisirai con strategia e metodo, quindi ti spiegheremo proprio alcuni processi importanti che riguardano noi, le relazioni con gli altri e le tecniche che ti consentiranno di avere più risultati in quello che fai. Ma contemporaneamente a questo l'allenamento, perché non conta quello che sai, ma quello che ci fai con quello che sai. E avere un costante e continuo allenamento dove potrai sperimentare, mettere in pratica e soprattutto essere guidato in questo processo ti consentirà di diventare non solo competente ma soprattutto abile. Un ambiente potenziante dove poterti costantemente confrontare e che diventerà parte del tuo gruppo dei pari. Un metodo che è fatto di un processo specifico che produce risultati incredibili, un tutor che ti seguirà in questo percorso per verificare che le cose che apprenderai possano essere perfettamente calibrate nella tua realtà. E poi un ingrediente di cui siamo assolutamente orgogliosi e che solo noi in Italia abbiamo, che è la presenza straordinaria di Roberto Re. Roberto Re lavora sul campo da oltre 26 anni, hanno lavorato con lui oltre 450.000 persone e tra questi i più grandi professionisti e imprenditori, campioni nel mondo dello sport, persone con standard veramente molto alti. È definito il numero 1 a livello nazionale sul campo della formazione ed è veramente quel qualcosa in più che fa la differenza.
Credo che i risultati straordinari che ogni giorno ottengono i nostri studenti parlano da soli dell'efficacia del programma FLY, che in assoluto è un programma formativo che dà risultati fuori dalla norma proprio per la sua struttura, proprio per il suo metodo, proprio perché è veramente come una palestra che permette alle persone settimanalmente di allenarsi e quindi di non soltanto imparare delle competenze, non soltanto conoscere nuove informazioni, non soltanto sviluppare delle abilità, ma soprattutto sviluppare una mentalità che accompagni tutto questo, che è quello che fa veramente la differenza. In Toscana in particolare il programma FLY è guidato magistralmente da Gabriella, che è assolutamente uno dei migliori direttori della mia scuola. Non a caso il centro di Firenze, i centri di Toscana sono da sempre i nostri fiori all'occhiello, per cui chi viene a frequentare i corsi in Toscana con lei e il suo team è assolutamente non in ottime mani, di più, quindi potete veramente andare sul sicuro perché Gabriella non soltanto è una trainer straordinaria, ma è una donna con una straordinaria mentalità imprenditoriale che genera risultati ogni giorno nella guida del suo team, nella gestione del suo business, insomma è una persona che sa davvero adattarsi a situazioni totalmente diverse, un coach straordinario di una qualità fuori dalla norma.
La nostra vita è fatta veramente di tante cose. Ci sono gli aspetti legati alla parte emozionale, nella gestione di noi stessi, la parte relazionale, la gestione degli altri, che siano figli, che sia un team, che siano clienti o collaboratori, oppure la parte legata alla gestione del nostro tempo. Insomma, la vita è fatta di tante cose e magari siamo bravi in qualcosa in modo particolare e dovremmo sviluppare abilità più specifiche in un altro settore. E sapere esattamente cosa fare e come farlo fa la differenza nella qualità dei risultati finali. Se quello che ti abbiamo raccontato finora ti ha incuriosito e vuoi saperne di più, allora chiedi informazioni sulla città più vicina a te, in modo che tu possa partecipare a una serata, un incontro live e poi fare un incontro individuale col tutor per sperimentare e capire in che modo quello che facciamo può essere utile per raggiungere il tuo vero successo. E con l'augurio che presto possa essere anche tu una nostra testimonianza di successo, ti saluto e spero veramente di vederti molto presto. Ciao! Good morning everyone and welcome back. Buongiorno a tutti, come state? How are you today? Did you get some rest? Tired or not? Did you get, are you making the most of the platform and learning from all the greatest professionals who are there for you? I hope yes. But above all, have you reflected on what we spoke about yesterday? Yes or no? Show me. Yes. No. The way how emotional are guided on what we focus on, how the word we use have an emotional impact, and today we'll see the third and final ingredient of this triad. Okay?
First, let me add an important thing I didn't explain yesterday. In fact, I told you what we focus on is important and what we pay attention to determine our emotional state. I'm also going to add how to guide your focus. We can do that with our imagination, with our thoughts, a bit like we did yesterday during the visualization exercise. In addition, the most effective method to guide your focus by your internal dialogue is asking questions. Okay? Questions guide our focus. When I ask you, what's good in your life? Where do I draw your attention to? On good things, of course. But if, while on the contrary, we ask you, what's wrong right now in your life? Where do I direct your attention to? Of course, problems. Now, please note how just by asking you a simple questions, I gather your mind and consequently your emotional state. Because my questions had a premise. In the first case, what's good in your life has the premise that there is something nice, so you will be telling me what. In the second case, what's wrong, the premise is that there is something wrong and just you have to tell me what, okay? Of course, if a call to tell me nothing wrong because everything is going great. But in general, when we ask a question to our mind will look for an answer every time. If the question is silly, also the answer will be silly. Take attention. For example, have you ever met someone, maybe at the party or the business meeting or a concert, and you thought, I know this guy. I can't remember his name, but I haven't seen him before, I'm sure. Where I have met him? What the question you ask to your mind? Where have I met him? But maybe in that moment, you don't have to answer right away. You need to think about it, and you can remember, and you leave it. Or at least you think you are not thinking about it. Then suddenly, while you are busy doing something else, after a couple of days, you got the answer. Oh, that's my cousin's friend. I met him at dinner of his house. Now I remember. That's where it's him. As they occur to you, because we come from different countries, but we are the same. That's a perfect example of this principle. Our mind is planned to answer the questions we ask. When we ask questions during our internal dialogue, our mind will keep looking for the answer all the time. Our mind does the unconsciously, so we are not responsible for that. But at the same time, if we ask a question that leads our focus to the wrong direction, we are unconsciously guiding our emotion in a wrong direction. So be careful to the way you use your internal dialogue, to the language you use, as we said yesterday. But pay great attention to the question you ask. Most of all, learn to ask the right questions with the right premise if you want to guide your focus effectively. Okay? Let's move now on the third ingredient, a very important one for our magic formula that guide most of our emotions. Yesterday we said the first ingredient is focus, what we focus on. The second ingredient is language, how we communicate with ourselves, and now we'll speak about the third, physiology. How you say your body makes your own different moods. There is down physiology and up physiology. But by and up, I mean that every part of your body is involved. Body, energy, and facial expressions. Try to think this about a sad depression person. If you had to represent this person with a posture, for example, which posture would you adopt? Curved shoulders, low head, low energy, lower eyes, and mouth down, maybe. Okay? It's all a little down. On the contrary, how do you imagine the physiology of the happy person? Show me. Chest out, high shoulders, smile, and hip up, right? In fact, we often speak of I'm down and I'm up because all physiology match your mood, all time. The interesting thing is that it's not possible to have a positive emotions if you use a down physiology for too long. Just as it's not possible to have a negative emotions if you use an up physiology for a long time. It's very interesting. If you try to think about beautiful and positive things, a bit like we did yesterday with the physiology and the language exercise, but you do it using the physiology down, you will find that it's very difficult to continue having the beautiful energy. Also, the opposite is true. If you are emotional down, but your physiology changes, then it will be much more difficult to keep the negative emotion with you. Okay? For example, if you are depressed, go for a Zumba lesson. Do you all know Zumba lesson? What is this? It's a great workout with sparkling and engaging music. At least for that hour for class, you can feel depressed. It's impossible. In fact, the typical physiology of the depressed person is on the sofa or in the bed, not a lesson Zumba class. Okay. Now, what we do need all this for? First of all, we need it to understand how I want to manage at least a part of my emotions. Think about this. You are about to go on the stage again. You have to play at the concert and you are afraid. It's possible. What physiology do you adopt? This? Or maybe this? Of course, the second one. But we also need all of this to be able to draw from the emotional resources we need most. Right, physiology in this scenario is particularly important for a musician like you. If you want to draw on more introspective and melancholy emotions, because maybe that song requires it, and we'll all know how important it is to identify with music and interpret it by living it. Then the down physiology is supportive, as well as on the contrary, if I have to play on maybe Allegro, and maybe I have to sit down, using a physiology that makes me drawn on positive emotions and that transfer joy will be of great help. Right, usually this happens automatically. Your body sits on the emotions you live and adapt this its physiology. But if in a specific circumstance, in one moment, you need to change your mood, then start by changing physiology, and emotion will follow you. Maybe not immediately, but if you smile, for example, like this, and you do it for no reason, after a while your brain will send a signals to the synapses that stimulate for the production of hormones of happiness. It's true. Let me be clear. I'm not telling you that to manage your emotion, you just need to smile and the rest will work just like that. No, no, no. It would be nice, but emotional management is not so simplistic. I'm so sorry. But I can tell you with certainty that managing together focus, language, and physiology has a powerful and functional impact if you recognize it, if you train it, and apply it when needed. Right, so pay attention to it. And when we need to change your mood, change your focus by asking yourself productive questions, for example, and change your internal dialogue, and change your physiology, okay? So quick tips on the productive questions you can ask yourself to guide your focus and language. For example, what's good in this situation? What is good now? How is it is good for me? Because maybe it is good for me. How? What can I learn? What solution can I find? And so on. There are all questions with positive assumptions that guide your focus. But even if very briefly, I must also tell you that as well as you can guide the trade with just talking about, what is the basis of emotional management is the so-called belief. I don't mean to be repetitive, I'm sorry, but it is it's also a subject that requires 3 days. Having said that, a quick hands-on beliefs. What are them? A belief is a feeling of certainty about something, about me or the world. They almost always start with I think, blah, blah, blah. And they come from first-person experience, experience like by others, by educations, rules, and various influences. There are people who believe they are beautiful, and those who believe they are ugly. Somebody who believes there are talented musicians, maybe, and others they believe who don't. Those who believe they are quick learners, and others who believe they are slow. Somebody believes they are charming, and those who believe they are not. Are you charming or not? What do you think? I could go on and on. Beliefs are not only about ourselves, but also about the world around us. There are those who believe that we can trust others, and others who believe that trusting is good, but not trusting is better. Those who believe that the world is full of opportunities, and others who believe that is full of dangers. Those who believe that only the people with connection go forward in life, and people who believe that we can only go forward with talent. These are only examples, but the point is that every belief is true or those who believe it. Our job is not to decide whether the belief is true or not. Take attention. Are you beautiful or ugly? Why do you need to know the true sense, since beauty is also very subjective? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You know, besides, have you ever met an ugly person who feels beautiful and charming? I think yes, probably many. Too many maybe, okay. But just as there can be also some real pathologies, according to which some people feel fat despite being very thin, you know. What matters is not what is true or what is not, but what I believe in. Do you know why? Because my internal system needs to confirm what I deeply believe about the world and about myself. And this will lead me to act search of confirmation regarding my beliefs. You must have heard Henry Ford quote over and over, I think, because it's a very famous sentence. Whether you think you can or you think you can't, you are right. It's true. That's right. What you believe becomes your engine, for better or for worse, and a part of you will try to confirm it. This means that if you believe you are not capable, not only an unconscious part of you will try to confirm it, but this will prevent you from driving from your potential, full potential. So the point is, first of all, become aware of what you believe, especially of yourself. You have your good reason to believe it. I'm sure for that. You have reference. They told you several times. And there are situations that maybe confirmed it to you. If you have the feeling that is not a belief, but an absolute truth, maybe it most likely is only a very strong and well-rooted belief. Believe me, okay? Let me remind you the rule. It doesn't matter if it's true or not, but the question to ask is only one. Is it useful that I believe that? So, considering all this, while believing that I'm not capable of doing something, allow me to draw on my full potential? Of course not. So, which belief would be useful to develop? Behind there is a process to remove limiting beliefs. And we are not able to talk about it in this context. But at least we can start to understand that we are the results of our behaviors, and in turn, our behaviors are the result of what we believe. A bit like emotions, you manage your beliefs. Please manage it because or they will manage you. And this will not always go in your favor. Take attention. From now, try to pay attention to what you believe, especially if there is a result that you can't achieve. Start asking yourself what you believe in relation to that goal. What do you believe? What is your limiting beliefs? Do you think it's difficult? Do you think it's impossible? Do you think it's strong? Do you think you are not talented? If you notice that there is a belief of this type, be careful, because the many sabotage may be done by yourself in the first place. Okay, take attention. There are many books on this subject. One that comes on my mind, for example, is Lipton's The Biology of Beliefs. That was the prize for the best scientific text in 2006, if I remember good, and explained that what we believe about us can alter our DNA. It's incredible. In conclusion, there are strategies, specific techniques to manage your emotion in that precise moment, to be able to go on stage and immediately transform fear into adrenaline and perform at your best. But if you don't know these techniques yet, in addition to knowing that they exist, pay attention to your focus and guard it with communication. Listen yourself. Use the most suitable physiology to draw from the emotional state you need and that right moment. Managing your emotions as an ability not only needs knowledge, but also a lot of training. But by training, you acquire skills. So make sure you training that and become very good, because this will make your life improve more than anything else. So that's it for now. This time we completed a topic we started yesterday, and that required some time. Same tomorrow and Saturday, when I talk about leadership, very important topic, leadership. In the two final lessons, I want to connect two of all the topics we considered together so far, and let you get some very practical and applicable advice for that right away. We are going to speak about the leadership of guiding other people and guiding yourself, and tomorrow in particular you are going to work on yourself. You will understand where you are standing today, what is right, and what needs you take attention, and then starting from that we will work together. So thank you for beginning with me again today. I'll see you tomorrow morning, but I want to say just one thing for Italian people, if I can, in Italian, I'm sorry. Quindi mi permetto di salutare gli italiani e di raccomandare, perché la piccola parentesi che apro è che purtroppo, facendo una generalizzazione, in Italia gli aspetti legati al coaching, alla crescita personale, alla formazione, siamo meno abituati. Quindi per esempio negli States, ma anche in altre stavo dicendo country, in altri stati si ha più l'abitudine ad affidarsi a un personal trainer non soltanto fisico ma anche emozionale, e c'è più l'abitudine di lavorare su questi aspetti che da noi vengono chiamate soft skills. In realtà sono aspetti molto importanti, c'è in Italia purtroppo troppa ignoranza rispetto a questo. Magari tu che ci stai seguendo sei ferratissimo sull'argomento, stai già leggendo, stai già facendo delle cose al riguardo. Se così non fosse, inizia a farlo. Non sono argomenti secondari, non sono argomenti di cui possiamo fare a meno, al contrario ti permettono di sviluppare una grandissima abilità al riguardo. Se posso permettermi, ti suggerisco di leggere riguardo un sacco di libri che puoi trovare facilmente riguardo la PNL in generale, riguardo libri di self-help. Io ho scritto un libro nell'ottobre del 2019 che peraltro ha avuto un grandissimo successo, è edito Mondadori, e in soli 3 mesi ha venduto oltre 10.000 copie, che si chiama Il vero successo. Come raggiungere un equilibrio tra vita personale e vita professionale. Te lo mostro, I show you, because I'm sorry, because this is just in Italian, I'm so sorry, just for now. Quindi se avete voglia di fare una bella lettura, non soltanto bella, ma anche molto pratica e molto concreta, lo trovi tranquillamente su Amazon, però te lo straconsiglio, non perché l'ho scritto io, ma perché l'ho scritto con un intento specifico. Fornirti attraverso quella lettura e attraverso gli esercizi che farai qualcosa di molto semplice, molto concreto, ma che va in profondità e che ti permette di lavorare su ogni area. Lì parliamo di come avere equilibrio tra vita personale e vita professionale con risultati alti, ok? Per cui dopo aver fatto anche questa veloce spiegazione, io ho finito, quindi grazie Luca e grazie Tania.
Buongiorno, buongiorno e grazie.
Siete sempre più belli con questo sfondo bordeaux, siete bellissimi. You are beautiful, Tania.
Thank you.
Io volevo soltanto dire una cosa, no? Che ho letto appunto 2 libri di Roberto Re, poi quando tu mi hai regalato il tuo, chiaramente ho letto anche il tuo. E penso che molti dei risultati che sto avendo quest'anno siano anche dovuti a questo appunto focus mentale che mi state dando. Grazie mille.
Ti ringrazio, onoratissima. Grazie a voi, buona giornata, ciao a tutti.
Ciao, 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 ciao.
Gabriella. Okay,
buongiorno Tania.
How are you today?
Io sto molto bene, I'm very fine.
Ok.
Todo muy bien. Come stai tu?
Bene.
En español?
Molto bene.
Muy bien.
Muy bien,
Auf
muy
Deutsch?
bien. Sehr gut, mir geht's sehr gut.
Sehr gut. Hast du gut geschlafen?
Ja.
Wahnsinn,
Sehr gut.
Das
Sehr
freut
gut.
mich, das freut mich.
Ok. So,
Allora, adesso ripartiamo con la serie delle masterclass dedicate agli ottoni. Abbiamo finito la parte Mind, Soul and Body e adesso we start with the first guest, which is an extraordinary player, un virtuoso, un amigo, una persona con un grande corazon e naturalmente un musicista eccezionale.
El maestro RUBÉN SIMEÓ. RUBÉN, are you there?
Eccolo, mi capitán.
¿Cómo estáis?
Muy bien, ¿cómo
Bien.
estás tú?
Muy bien, con muchas ganas de veros en persona.
Fantástico.
Bueno, será para el próximo año, ¿no? Supongo.
No, no,
Sí, la
Sí,
situación
yo
seguro
lo,
que sí.
yo lo voy a ver antes, por el próximo año, lo voy a organizar algo aquí en Florencia.
Ah, bueno.
Tú no sabes esto, pero hablamos de esto con Rubén antes.
Ah, ok.
Bueno,
Qué
Rubén,
suerte.
tu masterclass va a estar en español. Si tienes ayuda por alguna razón, Tania puede traducir.
Ok, si quieres me quedo aquí, si hay que traducir algo al inglés o algún otro idioma.
No te preocupes, yo creo que se va a entender. muy
Perfectísimo.
bien. Voy a hablar un poquito sobre... Bueno, voy a empezar... voy a hacer un poco una masterclass, ya que es virtualmente, pues voy a hacer una masterclass un poco distinta porque voy a contar un poco la historia sobre mí, que normalmente no cuento en las masterclass, cómo empecé en la música, a qué debo todas las influencias en la música. Y bueno, para empezar, yo quiero contar que empecé en la música con 7 años, porque mi papá es trompetista. Y bueno, el tema que yo voy a hablar hoy es sobre la gran suerte de tener clase. En los últimos años de vida del gran Maurice André, pues tuve la suerte de ir a su casa todos los sábados y ser su único alumno. Fue una de las experiencias que me llevaré a la tumba, porque creo que es una de las experiencias más grandes y bonitas que he tenido en mi vida. Y bueno, es algo que no muchas veces he contado y hoy quiero contar aquí para vosotros cómo ocurrió todo esto. Bueno, como os decía, yo empecé a muy temprana edad con la trompeta a los 7 años por mi papá. Él era trompetista, lo sigue siendo, en un conservatorio. Y bueno, supongo que fue una suerte tener un profesor que tocaba el mismo instrumento que tú y tenerlo en casa 24 horas todos los días, pues supongo que como trompetista te hace crecer un poco más rápido. Y bueno, empecé a estudiar mucho desde los 7 años. Estudiaba 3 y 4 horas todos los días. Tú tenías colegio, tenías que ir a la escuela y eran demasiadas horas, ¿no? para compaginarlo, 3 y 4 horas cuando eras tan pequeñito. Pero bueno, con esfuerzo y dedicación, y también con mi padre, que estaba todos los días a mi lado, obligándome a estudiar, corrigiéndome, pues como que despegas muy rápido, ¿no? Entonces, a los 11 años, temprana edad, tuve la oportunidad de hacer un concierto muy importante aquí en España, que es el concierto de Navidad, el día de Navidad, que es en la televisión principal, pues todos los días de Navidad, 24 de diciembre, sale por la televisión principal, y me invitaron a tocar el Carnaval de Venecia con 11 años. Contactaron con mi papá, y bueno, lo había estudiado el Carnaval de Venecia, pero era la primera vez que lo tocaba, y justamente pues era para el Auditorio Nacional de Madrid, 2.000 personas, y todas las miles de personas que habrían viéndolo en la televisión principal. Entonces era un reto muy bonito. Salió bien, ahora el vídeo creo que es bastante conocido en YouTube, cuando tenía 11 años. Y bueno, eso fue un poco en mi carrera lo que me empezó a despegar, porque desde los 11 años que hice ese gran concierto, pues no he parado. Siempre creo que mi vida, gracias a Dios, ha sido muy organizada, la trompeta, muy por etapas. Llegó la etapa de los conciertos con temprana edad, como ese, seguía haciendo conciertos, pero cuando tenía 14 años llegó, creo que mi etapa más importante, que era la etapa de presentarme a todos los concursos que hubiera en Europa. Porsche en Italia, Selmer en París, el gran concurso, el más importante para mí, concurso Maurice André en París. Llegó la etapa de los 14 a los 16, a los 17 de presentarme a todos los concursos que encontraba. Y bueno, creo que era un reto que yo os animo a todos los trompetistas siempre que podáis encontrar algún concurso, porque como trompetista creces muy rápido, tratas de exigirte la perfección cuando estás en tu casa estudiando, porque siempre quieres quedar lo mejor posible en los concursos. Luego hay concursos que te salen mejor, hay concursos que te salen peor, pero el nivel de exigencia en casa es muy alto, muy perfeccionista. Entonces, bueno, seguía haciendo conciertos, seguía formándome en la carrera en el conservatorio, pero como que buscaba otra vida paralela, y era la vida de los concursos en esa etapa de mi vida. Creo que me hizo perfeccionarme mucho como trompetista. Y bueno, como decía, me presenté a todos los que pude, y fue en el último concurso que me presenté, fue la última edición del concurso Maurice André en París. Creo que fue en el año 2006, y creo que era el concurso de aquella de trompeta, junto con AR de Múnich, más importante del mundo. Y bueno, yo tenía 14 años justo en el concurso Maurice André. Yo sabía que podía tocar un poco bien, pero pensaba que no iba a pasar la primera fase, porque realmente habían 100 y pico trompetistas, muchísimos trompetistas de todas las edades, de todo el mundo. Era un reto un poco complicado para mí, eran 3 o 4 fases, pero pasé la primera, pasé la segunda, pasamos la tercera, y realmente con 14 años me planté en la final del concurso Maurice André, y no me lo creía, se lo decía a mi padre y no me lo creía. Entonces, pasara lo que pasara en la final, para mí ya, que me estuviera escuchando Maurice André, que estaba de jurado, para mí ya era un reto, y para mí sé que Maurice André un poco se iba a fijar en mí porque tenía 14 años y los demás participantes tenían 24, 25, 26, entonces sabía que por esa edad Maurice André ya me iba a mirar con 2 ojos en esa final. Y bueno, en esa final estábamos Pacho Flores, estaba yo, estaba Clement Sonier, francés, y estaba Esteban Batallán. Entonces, fíjate la calidad del concurso, de esa gran final. Entonces, pues muy feliz de que, sobre todo de Maurice André, que era el ídolo de mi papá y el mío, pues intentar en su concurso quedar lo mejor posible. Finalmente ganó Pacho, yo quedé segundo, tercero el francés y cuarto Esteban, y bueno, después del concurso me vino a felicitar, después con mi madre, el gran maestro Maurice André, fue la mayor anécdota de mi vida. Y después del concurso Maurice André dejó pasar 2 semanas para que me relajara, para que pensara bien lo que acababa de hacer en el concurso. Y después de 2 semanas, no sé cómo, yo vivía en Valencia, en una ciudad de España, y Maurice André consiguió el teléfono de mi papá y llamó un día a las 7 de la mañana, muy temprano, a mi papá y le dijo que quería que todos los sábados quería que yo fuese su único alumno en su casa, en San Juan de Luz, en Francia. Y bueno, mi padre cuando recibió la llamada se pensaba que era una broma de algún amigo suyo y bueno, era súper gracioso y finalmente mi padre asumió que era el gran Maurice André que le estaba llamando a su teléfono en particular, su ídolo, ¿no? Y bueno, muy contento por ello. Entonces empecé a ir a las clases con Maurice André, estuve 2 años yendo todos los sábados a San Juan de Luz, a Francia. Llegábamos muy temprano y dábamos clase y luego nos íbamos a comer a San Juan de Luz como amigos y por la tarde ya me regresaba a Valencia. No era una ciudad que estuviera demasiado lejos de Valencia, 4 o 5 horas en coche. Y bueno, las primeras clases, los primeros sábados yo estaba súper avergonzado porque claro, era tocar delante de mi ídolo, era tocar delante del ídolo de mi papá, entonces no sabía cómo iba a enfocar las clases, pensaba que me iba a dar muchos consejos, muchos trucos, pero realmente el gran Maurice André no le importaba ninguna cosa, solo le importaba la musicalidad del trompetista, la musicalidad, el transmitir. No se enfocaba en qué rutina hacías de calentamiento, no se enfocaba en si este pasaje era técnico, simplemente se enfocaba en que el trompetista tenía que llegar al corazón de la gente que ha comprado la entrada, del público y realmente solo era consejos de transmitir, de musicalidad, de corazón. Jamás me dijo, el primer calentamiento de tu día tiene que ser así, o este pasaje rápido no te sale bien, o tal. Nunca me dijo nada de eso. Solo era pensando en que, supongo que él conocía que yo tenía a lo mejor bastante técnica desde pequeñito, pero no tenía la musicalidad. Y todas las clases fueron de musicalidad. Aparte, hizo cosas por mí, Maurice André, que las aprecio mucho. Yo tocaba bastante fuerte la trompeta desde temprana edad y él me dijo una cosa que es de las cosas que más me han limpiado el sonido y creo que más me han hecho mejorar el sonido desde los 16, 17 años que estudiaba con él, es que él tenía una teoría que empezaba el día estudiando en pianísimo. Los primeros ejercicios del día tenían que ser en tu límite, sufriendo de piano que lo hacías, porque él tenía la teoría de que cuando tú arrancas el día piano, los labios van haciendo esto y se quedan juntos. Entonces, si tú estás 20 minutos trabajando en tu límite piano al principio del día, se te va a quedar el labio cerrado el resto del día, aunque luego toques fuerte, pero tú ya lo has juntado en los primeros minutos del día. Y realmente fue así, empecé a dominar mucho más la trompeta, estaba mucho más flexible con esta manera de ver que realmente pues la trompeta es un ejercicio que no solo te puedes centrar en eso, igual que la trompa, igual que el trombón, dependemos de nuestro labio y creo que el esfuerzo y la dedicación todos los días de tu vida tienes que intentar tocar un poco de todos los aspectos, pero ese truco la verdad es que a mí de tocar pianísimo de Maurice André me fue genial, me cambió un montón la manera de mis sensaciones a la hora de tocar, mi manera de tocar y lo hago todo el resto de mi vida, lo hago todas las mañanas. Cada vez que tengo una masterclass trato de enseñar mi rutina. En Italian Brass Week el año pasado con todos mis alumnos estuvimos mucho tiempo haciéndolo, ellos lo conocen y bueno, esta fue un poco la experiencia. Le doy mucha importancia a la etapa que pasé de los concursos. ¿Por qué? Porque aparte de vivir esa gran experiencia con Maurice André, me llegó muchas buenas noticias. Por ejemplo, en la final del concurso Maurice André, también habían unos japoneses que se fijaron en la forma de tocar y allí firmé tras la final del concurso Maurice André, firmé uno de los contratos más importantes que tengo, me ha durado muchos años, que es en Japón. Es el país donde más voy a tocar todos los años, desde que tenía 17 años. Y todo sucedió por el concurso Maurice André. Yo firmé allí mi contrato porque les gustó cómo tocaría en la final. Y esto lo digo porque creo que es una etapa muy bonita para los trompetistas. Es un instrumento que hay que tener muchísima dedicación todos los días. no hay nada regalado en la trompeta. Yo desde que tenía 7 años he estudiado 4 horas todos los días de mi vida. Todos los días de mi vida, 4 horas. Creo que realmente el trompetista se forma en la habitación de su casa. No se forma tocando en los grandes auditorios del mundo. En los grandes auditorios del mundo pienso que es donde el trompetista pues reconoce los buenos resultados de haber estudiado mucho en casa, pero no creo que sea donde se forma el trompetista, en los auditorios. Creo que el estudio de un trompetista es en la habitación de casa. Todos tenemos que pasar para lograr nuestros sueños encerrado en nuestra habitación muchas horas. No es algo mágico en la trompeta, como todos sabéis. Cuesta muchísimo dar un paso para adelante en la trompeta. Hay muchos altibajos. Todos los que tocamos viento metal hay muchos altibajos. Hay días que te encuentras espectacular con la trompeta y al día siguiente, sin tú mover nada y sin tú tocar nada, estás incómodo. Entonces, aprecio mucho tener una misma rutina todos los días de tu vida para conocerte, para que los días que tengas incómodo no sean muy malos. Entonces, bueno, creo que es muy importante en la vida como músico tener etapas, tener retos, pero sobre todo no tener prisa, un reto detrás de otro. Está claro que os estoy contando el mío fue estudiar muchísimas horas desde los 7 años, 3, 4, 5 horas incluso a veces. Llegaron mis primeros conciertos, llegó mis concursos y después de los concursos llegó mi vida, que es la que hago hasta el día de hoy. Pero bueno, muy contento de haber sacrificado tantas horas de mi vida cuando era pequeño, pues porque la verdad es una vida muy bonita. Es una vida muy bonita cuando realmente ya te estás dedicando a hacer los conciertos y a dedicarte a esto. Así que os animo a todos a que estudiéis siempre muchísimas horas desde vuestra edad. A lo largo de la vida como trompetista vamos a tener altibajos, vamos a tener algún problema que se van a resolver. Todo se resuelve en la trompeta. Simplemente es encerrarse en la habitación de tu casa y horas, pero todo se va a resolver, ¿vale? Entonces, bueno, como mi historia personal es esa, sigo con la ilusión de la que tenía cuando tenía 7 años, ¿no? De estar en los escenarios, de estar toda mi vida en los escenarios. Sigo trabajando 4 horas todos los días, aunque esté en fiesta, aunque esté en vacaciones, aunque esté en viaje. Trato de como sea estudiar porque realmente te lo notas muchísimo. Pero lo más importante, lo que he dicho antes, siempre por etapas, marcándose metas. Creo que estudiar en el Conservatorio de Música está muy bien, pero no te puedes conformar con una clase semanal de 1 hora o una clase semanal de 2 horas. Creo que el trompetista tiene que ser listo para buscarse otro camino paralelo al conservatorio y tratar de buscar el mejorar, estudiar cosas difíciles, estudiar cosas que te parezcan súper complicadas en ese momento. Pues creo que hay que llevar esa vida un poco paralela a la del conservatorio, ¿vale? Buscar mejorar siempre. Os voy a tocar uno de los que serían mi línea de estudiar un poquito, ahora que ya os he contado mi historia, lo que sería mi línea de estudiar en los ejercicios que os había dicho que hacía con Maurice André. Él me obligó a que fueran ejercicios súper sencillos, flexibilidad siempre, pero siempre pianísimo, con un buen ataque, con una buena afinación, con una buena flexibilidad, pero siempre trataba al labio muy bien. Ejercicios, voy a tocar con sordina porque mis vecinos están durmiendo, pero no os preocupéis, os voy a enseñar un poco los ejercicios. El primero que me enseñó Maurice André para hacer lo más simple del mundo, pero te tiene que salir un buen picado, tienes que arriesgar tu máximo piano para notar que los labios se te están juntando y fijarte en muchísimas cosas. ejercicio es así de simple, es el primero que yo hago, que me enseñó Maurice André, es ejercicio simple. Luego tienes todo el día para darle dificultad a la trompeta, al grado que escuchas de trompeta, pero los primeros del día tienen que ser así, en todos los registros. Luego, cuando acabas eso, vas abriendo un poco de campo, vas abriendo un poco de registro, pero siempre en el pianísimo, siempre arriesgando. Maurice André siempre me decía que tenía que notar que estaba incómodo. Incómodo es cuando tú estás tocando tan piano que a veces se corta, a veces no se corta, y eso es lo que él quería conseguir realmente para sufrir, porque luego tú tocas normal y estás tocando cómodo, porque has sufrido tanto en el calentamiento intentando tocar tan piano y juntando el labio, que luego vas a tocar muy cómodo. Siempre poco a poco tratando de dar un poquito de dificultad a estos ejercicios. No sé si habéis notado que siempre es en posiciones fijas, ¿no? ¿Entendéis un poco la palabra posiciones fijas? Siempre quería el estudio en posiciones fijas. Está claro que la rutina como trompetista tienes que tocar un poquito de todo. Al final a mí me gusta ser... yo sé que de pequeño era conocido por tocar técnica a tan temprana edad, pero al final con los pasos de los años a mí me gusta ser un completista lo más completo posible. Un trompetista que tiene musicalidad, un trompetista que tiene un buen staccato, un doble staccato, un triple staccato, una buena musicalidad, un buen transmitir, un buen fraseo. Al final tenemos que buscar ser trompetista lo más completo posible y no solo ser un trompetista que tienes muchos agudos o solo un trompetista que pica muy rápido. O hay que estar siempre puesto a todo, y aprecio mucho los trompetistas que están preparados aquí, todo lo tienen bien situado y no tienen los agudos aquí, pero el picado aquí, la técnica ahí, pero la musicalidad. Al final siempre en casa hay que estudiar lo que menos sale, ¿no? E intentar poner todo a la misma altura, ¿vale? Sí que está claro que para verse estos ejercicios siempre tienen que ser en posiciones fijas, pero no nos podemos despistar en estudiar un buen staccato todos los días, un buen doble, un buen triple, porque al final tenemos que tener todo preparado, tener en todo nuestro máximo nivel, ¿vale? Conforme va pasando el día, haríamos unos ejercicios un poco más complicados. Siempre vamos un poco, como añadiéndole un poco de dificultad a estos ejercicios conforme vayamos pudiendo. Esto a mí me costó varios meses de llegar a esta velocidad. Es un recorrido un poco lento, pero en el que hay que dominar. Cuando tú eres capaz de hacer estas posiciones fijas, esta flexibilidad tan piano y tan rápido, para mí quiere decir que estás empezando a dominar la trompeta y no te está dominando la trompeta a ti. Es una diferencia muy grande. Dominar nosotros al instrumento o el instrumento dominarte a ti. Está claro que todos somos humanos y todos podemos fallar en alguna ocasión, pero realmente hay que intentar buscar la perfección en casa, para mí. Como hemos dicho, a la hora de salir a un concierto delante de mucha gente o un escenario, estamos en manos de Dios. Podemos tener un día mejor, un día peor, pero creo que en nuestra casa hay que buscar la perfección y hasta que la perfección llegará. pero siempre mucha exigencia. Sigo con demás ejercicios que os pueden ayudar, que son los que yo hago en mi rutina, y os animo a que los preparéis, a que lo estudiéis, por lo menos probéis las sensaciones. Siempre muy piano. Y toda la serie, ¿vale? Os elevamos sumando mucha velocidad, pero siempre paso por paso. No es algo que vayamos a hablar hoy aquí y en una hora nos vaya a salir. Es un trabajo muy lento, pero que tiene que ser muy organizado, ¿vale? Luego, después de la flexibilidad en mi rutina, la rutina para mí es la cosa más importante, el estudio más importante que tiene un músico. Porque los conciertos, Aratunian, Hummel, Haydn, son pasajeros. Tú los tocas en un concierto y a lo mejor hasta de aquí 3 años no los vuelves a tocar. Pero tu rutina es la que te acompaña todos los días de tu vida, el resto de tu vida. Entonces, creo que es la cosa para un trompetista, para un músico, que hay que tener más claro, ¿vale? Entonces, los conciertos son pasajeros, pero la rutina es algo que te va a acompañar en toda tu vida. Entonces, yo empezaría por la flexibilidad siempre, como me enseñó Maurice André, y ahora he llegado a mi conclusión de que también tienes que tener el staccato muy preparado todos los días. Simple, doble y triple. Es algo que si un trompetista eso no lo tiene, no va a tener nada, porque un buen sencillo, un buen staccato simple, es la base de todo trompetista. Si no tienes un sencillo elegante, un staccato elegante, un staccato limpio, bonito, no vas a tener la base. Siempre, ejercicios. No hay ningún libro, no hay ningún método que estos ejercicios estén. Pues yo he llegado a la conclusión de que me ayudaban porque por ir probando muchas rutinas. Al final, dentro de nuestra boca no hay ningún profesor ni hay ningún maestro, creo. Sí que hay maestros que nos pueden ayudar en ver la forma de tocar, pero al final cada uno dentro de nuestra boca somos un mundo. Y los ejercicios que a lo mejor me van bien a mí, a ti no te van a lo mejor también. Entonces, siempre tenemos que intentar pasar por muchos maestros, pero a la vez tenemos que saber qué ejercicios nos va bien y que nadie nos diga los ejercicios que tenemos que hacer, simplemente porque nosotros notemos que nos ha ido bien en nuestra rutina, ¿vale? Entonces, voy a preguntarle a Luca. Luca, ¿quieres hacer una ronda de preguntas por si tienen alguna duda los alumnos?
Sí, seguro, por favor.
Me gustaría alguna duda respecto a la, a la rutina.
If any students, Tania ha traducido más o menos todo porque estaban gente de Hong Kong, de otros países, so she was translating for you on the chat. So no problem. Now, if there is anyone that want to ask some question, preguntas to Rubén, es el momento justo. Is the right moment to ask. Students, please ask.
There are questions already.
Okay, there is question already?
Question, yeah, there's
Okay.
question already.
Hi, Master. You can read it.
I can't.
Okay. When you do lip trills and flexibility, quando tu haces trill di labio e flessibilità, you move the trumpet a little bit. Tu fai un movimento con la trompeta. O you do them only with the air. O se lo haces solamente con l'aire. No.
Realmente se me mueve un poco la trompeta, pero yo dentro de la boca no muevo nada, solo se juega con el aire, Luca.
Ok, bueno. No es mi pregunta, es pregunta de Giovanni. Hi, Master. Ok. Otra vez, Giovanni. Hola maestro, ¿tienes algún consejo para el trillo de labios?
Sí, Giovanni, yo pienso que es muy importante ir paso por paso. Yo no empecé directamente... No me salía esta velocidad cuando yo empezaba a estudiar el paso del aire en los trinos, en las posiciones fijas. Creo que es muy importante ir paso por paso, de velocidad muy lenta a un poco más rápido, a cada día un poco más rápido, a cada día un poco más rápido.
Okay.
Creo que es eso. Muy importante no estirar los labios, todos lo sabemos. Todo jugar con el aire y la lengua.
Okay, it's very important go step by step, and of course when Ruben started this exercise, he didn't go so fast, so just take your time, step by step, slowly, and it will come. If you practice every day and you just add, and on the metronome you start very slowly and then you add some speed on the metronome and it will come. And he's working with ear and tongue. That's the two things that he's concentrating. Okay? Una más. Hola maestro, ¿puedes darnos algún consejo para mejorar el legado? Can you suggest me something about the legado?
Sí, el ligado creo que el ligado nos parece tan incómodo porque creo que es uno de los aspectos de la trompeta donde más se corta el sonido. Si no, tú no estás ágil en el ligado, siempre que aparece un ligado piano, corremos el peligro de que se corte el sonido, y vuelva a salir el sonido, ¿no? Entonces, creo que es muy importante todos los primeros ejercicios que he hecho en la rutina, intentar como el labio, ves, te notas que se va cerrando, porque contra más cerrado esté un labio a la hora de tocar los pianos ligados lentos, creo que es cuando tú más vas a estar de mejores en sensaciones. Entonces te hago un ejemplo. Ejercicios súper simples, pero que tú notes que no se puede cortar nada. Mucha musicalidad en esos ejercicios en el ligado y verás cómo luego las sensaciones son mejores.
Okay, hi master. How you do describe the airstream and the embouchure when you play higher register? Come tu descrivi la tua impostazione quando tu tocca nell'agudo e con el lip trills, los trinos de labios.
Sí. Bueno, pues tengo muy claro que el trompetista debe mover la boca lo menos posible, tanto labios como lengua. Creo que todo tiene que estar muy quieto. Eso no quiere decir que yo cuando estoy haciendo un grave noto que la parte fuerte es la de abajo, pero cuando voy a los agudos, la parte fuerte de un instrumentista en la trompeta es la de arriba. Entonces, es normal que los grandes agudistas en la trompeta siempre le ves con la trompeta así, hacia arriba, porque está claro que nuestro labio fuerte es el de arriba, pero cuando tú quieres relajar, yo tengo claro que es el de abajo. Entonces juego con pasar la fuerza de un labio a otro, pero no muevo nada, solo me noto en el grave la fuerza aquí y en el agudo la fuerza aquí. Eso lo tengo muy claro siempre.
Bueno, Ruben, io te quiero e todo lo studio di Florence e l'Italian Brass Week ti ama totalmente.
Yo también os amo.
The time is off. Si tienes más preguntas para el maestro SIMEÓ, por favor, encuentra sus páginas, pones un like también en la página Italian Brass Week, porque es muy importante por nosotros también. If you want to have some contact with the maestro SIMEÓ, go on his page and maybe you send a little message. And thank you, Ruben. Thank you, Ruben.
Luca.
And we will see for your concert in the next evening, okay?
Okay, Luca.
Todo il nostro amore. L'Italia e il mondo ti ama.
Grazie, Rubén.
Ciao, grazie mille.
Ciao.
Gracias. Ciao. Ora, fantastico, eh?
Yeah, that was a great masterclass.
Ruben è una persona fantastica, è un solista. He was actually one of the first enfant prodige, and when he was 11, And he was telling this about the, he went to play in television when he was 11, and if you watch his videos now, it's kind of millions visualization. Yeah. It's just amazing. And he's playing. He's very young. He's not over. 30 or something, but he's already 20 years. He's in the market. So
okay.
Now we have from the studio our sponsors, and enjoy Zubi Meta and Miraphone.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition, and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations, and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
Here we are with Marco Pierobon. What?
Welcome.
He's looking at you.
He's looking a little bit like you, not like me.
I'm scared about him.
Marco,
hello.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno, buongiorno.
Come stai?
Bene, grazie. Voi si informa o le occhiaie come vanno?
Le occhiaie bisogna prendere un qualcosa per tirarle su perché da qui alla fine della settimana andranno giù sotto.
C'è la cremina, vai con la cremina.
Vai di cremina. Ascolta, fantastico il concerto di ieri, meraviglioso.
Grazie.
L'ha visto anche la mia mamma perché ha detto io Marco lo voglio vedere.
Oh, vedi, anche la mia c'era.
Anche tua figlia.
Almeno due c'erano che guardavano.
Almeno 2 mamme c'erano, che sono le cose più importanti della nostra vita. E adesso puoi iniziare con la tua masterclass. Grazie Marco di cuore per Gomalan, fantastico ieri e oggi. Cioè praticamente sei la nostra star, una delle nostre star. Nel firmamento.
Il brodo star. Sì.
Il brodo star.
Il masterclass di oggi infatti è sul montaggio editing video naturalmente, perché ormai sono diventato espertissimo, quindi...
L'abbiamo visto.
Altro che tromba, cioè, ormai
No.
quello devo fare.
Ha una cosa molto bella, no? Che qui c'è tutto uno studio. Quando vedevano il montaggio dei Gomalan, tutto lo studio appunto della televisione fa, ma è fenomenale, ma guarda questo, ganzo, di qua, di là. Perciò, bravo Marco, complimenti.
Grazie. Gli è stonato, però il montaggio gli è buono.
Vai, puoi partire Marchino, grazie mille. Thank you very much.
Grazie a voi, ci sentiamo dopo, casomai appunto, dopo ci risentiamo.
Va bene.
In italiano, inglese, spagnolo, spagnol, auf Deutsch.
Farlo in inglese perché ci sono tanti ragazzi collegati da tutto il mondo.
All right. So, I will speak English for everybody. If someone is not catching anything, please tell me. And maybe in the next Italian Brass Week 2021 I will explain everything. So good morning everybody, welcome to this short clinic. Thanks a lot of course to Luca Benucci, the Italian Brass Week staff, to setting up this kind of big event which is complex, simply complex. Just trying to imagine every half an hour having a guest artist speaking and then Zoom connections. So thank you very much and bravo. It's a lot bigger effort than having us live, I think, in Florence, but thank you, anybody. So what I would like to share with you today is, I think, nothing about trumpet, nothing about brass, nothing about mouthpiece and breathing exercises, because you can find it everywhere. And of course they are very important. So the technique is the basis, is the ground to make everything happen. But I was thinking something a little bit different, is to speak a little bit about another little topic, which is music making. So thinking about that, our activity music, not only when we are buzzing or blowing or pressing the right valve, which are important, of course. Right notes are very important and I should know how to produce them, but the the idea is to know in advance how would I like to sound before attempting playing some notes. Just by the way, if you are interested in some technical exercises with me, I've set up on YouTube and Facebook a long series of Corona warm-ups, which are 63 lessons, maybe around 80 hours of brass technique exercises. So if you are curious, go there and practice. In the meantime, you could search for Practice with Me on iTunes, on Spotify. There is 5 hours, more than 5 hours of exercises in question and answer mode. So I will play for you, you will play for me, and so on. So that's the technical stuff. So the official title of this clinic is, I'm reading because I don't remember anymore, Simply Practical Suggestions About Becoming a Better Musician. The subtitle is Don't Forget to Make Music. Okay, so put your breathing, put your buzzing, put your fingerings, put your Clark and everything at the service of music making. What's the music? What's the goal? The music is an art. So please remember that we should take care of ourselves like artists. I'm not a young student or an old professional. We are all artists with different experiences, of course. And the idea is to develop technique, of course, but as well the possibility to be more expressive. And that's another key word, but the real question is how to become a better musician. If I would like to be faster with the fingers, I'll take out the Clark book and I'll practice some fingerings. If I would like to be a better trumpet player in flexibility, I will play some flexibility exercises. What about music? So the goal of this half an hour of stress masterclass is to ask yourself, did I practice music yesterday? Will I practice music making, music developing today? It's like having a beautiful flower in the garden. If you don't give water to your flower, he will die, right? If you will throw a ton of water, just one day, one ton of water above the flower, he will die. So the secret is some drops every day. It's exactly the same for flexibility, high range, breathing exercises, few drops every day. But don't forget to give some water drops to your musicality as well. So the next will be very simple suggestions, practical suggestions. So exercises. I'm not thinking about I should be a better musician. I'm praying, I'm waiting to be a better musician. The idea is to do something every day to be a better musician. So I have here a list of topics. They are very simple and there is nothing to understand except deciding to do something every day in that field, because that's the goal. We are musicians, we have to create music. So nothing to explain because the topics are very simple, but with some examples maybe you will remember it a little bit more. I repeat just one more time. The goal is to let you ask yourself what to do today to change my musicality, to improve every day my musicality. Not wishing, not praying, just doing something. So ask yourself, for every one of these points, it will be around 10 points if the time will be enough. And ask yourself, did I do this today? Point number 1, listening to good music. Okay? Absorbing from the big names, from the big artists, their artistry, because music is an art that could be not copied, but I can be inspired by great artists. So listening to a lot of music. Just one little point. Hearing music and listening to music are two different types of hearing. If I'm in the car or in the elevator, just and receiving some music, I'm not listening to music, I'm just hearing some music. And the goal is to practice the listening of music. I mean, headphones, score, concentration, just to absorb more than possible the ideas inside the recordings. Of course, listening to live concerts is the best option. Another point is a very short topic on Facebook by James Lindemann, which is not new, but the idea is, if you are a normal people, MP3 or some car listening is okay. That's the music that we use. But if you would like to improve your musicality, the quality of the listening is very important. Okay, so listen to good recordings. MP3, you know, are very very good because you can share it very fast. you can download it very fast. But to download very fast, they will be cut above in the frequencies and below in the frequencies, so you can recognize the tune. Okay, I'm listening to Under Pressure. Okay, that's Queen, Under Pressure, but you are not really involved in the whole range of frequencies. That's the same thing about the flower. Do you remember in the garden? If your ears are not supposed to hear every frequency possible in the range of hearing, they will die, and they will not be exposed, and they will be not so sensitive to these frequencies, which are very high and very low. But our sound production with the trumpet or with our instruments is made by every frequency. So another example about Under Pressure and Queen, I have the same recording in MP3 format, in CD, so 4400 and so on, and vinyl, big LP. And one day I was very curious. I've started with the same Under Pressure recording on MP3. It was okay. It was Queen, Under Pressure. And then I switched to CD. Wow, that was another world, because it was richer, it was mellower, it was more beautiful. It was the Queen. And then I switched to the big LP, okay? It was like having Freddie Mercury 2 meters away from me singing in my ears. So another world. And then I've done the opposite. I switched back to CD. It was like hearing someone inside a shoebox. It's like Under Pressure, because the CD was not as good as the vinyl, which is not so good as the live performance, of course. But think about your hearing and your ears. Feed your ears with good music. Another short example about hearing music and listening for music is when I was young. I used to practice in my bedroom in my parents' house. So Clark, hours and hours, like RUBÉN SIMEÓ. Not true. He's practicing too much. Practice less. It's not so so important. No, I'm just kidding. And then I was going out for dinner, and my mother was cooking, and she was humming like, and I was asking her, okay, what are you singing? And she didn't know, because she was so involved in this soundtrack, but she was hearing the music, and she was maybe recognizing, but she was not listening to my music, because it was boring. Of course, it was Clark exercises, but try to so the goal of this topic number 1 is find the time every day to practice the hearing, the listening of good music, with concentration, with all your brain inside your listening, okay? Because you are growing as a musician, so you can copy more with more details in your playing. Okay, topic number 2, singing. Okay, singing, I mean with your voice. If you should pass through the Bolzano Conservatory under my windows when I'm teaching, or Luca's windows as well when we are teaching, 99 maybe it's too much, but 90% of the time you will listening to someone screaming and singing. Okay, yes, we are playing for our student, I'm playing for my students, but I'm singing for my students, and I'm asking my students to sing. But the question is, why? I have a trumpet, that's a trumpet class, I should be able to play. Yes, but we need examples, and the voice is human, is for free. You don't have to spend any money to have it. You have always with you in vacation, on the lake, wherever. So the idea is to build strong, complex, rich, interesting examples with the voice, and then copy them with the trumpet. With singing, I don't mean you should be able to hit the notes of the Haydn trumpet concerto. He's looking at you. Da, 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 That's not the singing I would like to produce, to be an example for myself. So it's my career. I would like to have great examples. Okay, I have recordings to imitate, and that's the next point. But I can imitate myself, imagining the best possible way to articulate, to produce the sound. So instead of let's try to imagine this pa ta ta bum 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 ba ta ra ya ra, with your best expression, feeling the music, and that's another wonderful point. So just to resume a little bit, number one, find the time to listen to good music with maximum attention. Number two, sing everything with your best possible voice, your best possible expression. The question could be, yes, but I'm not so good at singing. My answer is, maybe you are not so good because you are not singing enough. So keep singing, you will be better. Okay, that's Ruben SIMEÓ. Go in one room and practice, 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 but don't forget to practice with the head and with examples. And if you could be your own example with your voice, do it, do it, do it, do it. Okay? Number three, imitation. In music development, in music didactics, copying is not a bad thing. In the school, yes, you're not allowed to copy from your friends, okay? It's not allowed, it's forbidden. In music, you can copy. Why? Because it's not possible to make an exact copy of Maurice André or Arturo Sandoval. It will be your personal copying style. And by the way, if someone will maybe accuse me, oh, Marco is playing like Maurice André, that's a good thing to say, okay? It's not a bad thing. Oh, he's copying Maurice André. Yes, I am, okay? Any problem? Let me know. Copying how? Copying not the right notes. If you are listening to a Maurice André recording, just for example, Filarmonia, Riccardo Muti with Telemann and the other trumpet concerto, you can expect he will play the right notes. So you are not listening to only the right notes, but maybe listening to the color, to the vibrato, to the shape, to the phrasing, to the nuances, to the articulation, to how the music, how the character, that's the quality of listening we will expect from this kind of exercising. By the way, you are young. We are now on a computer, right? So we are using the technology to support this kind of events. Just let me ask you, did you ever think about to put one Maurice André or whatever recording into Logic, Pro Tools, or some audio tools, and then maybe slice it into small phrases? Pam pam pim pam 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 pa da da di da da. That's it. And then there is a function in this software named loop, and you can let Maurice André play this phrase forever, okay, 10,000 times. But the idea is to imitate. Just let Maurice play one phrase, ta ta ta, and then you repeat, and then Maurice, and then you, and that's for free. Okay, that's imitating. Not, oh, I remember maybe 2 years ago I was listening to one recording of, I don't know the name. No, just 1 second apart. Okay, that's imitating, copying. So that was number three. Number four, studying and analyzing. If you are in maybe a normal school, university, you can write down some topics if you want, just to remember, because I don't trust my memory. So if you trust yours, you are free to do it, but write it down if you want. It's interesting, I think. Analyzing and studying. If you were in a normal school and you ask a boy or a girl, okay, let's study together, she or he will pick up a book and read, right? There is nothing to do with trumpet, with tools, with just studying, analyzing, practicing. For a normal student is to read with a book. So reading the scores, analyzing the scores, analyzing the parts, writing on parts, the structure, the harmony, the phrasing, the shape, the character. That's a big part of the word and of the work, of course. So playing the Haydn trumpet concerto or the Take the A Train improvisation without knowing what's gonna happen, what character will be the piece. It's a light one, it's a heavy one. I will spread love or energy or hating or whatever. Deciding, knowing the relationship between the grade number 5 and the grade number 1, so dominant and tonica. I'm maybe speaking a little bit about harmony, which is not so common in young performers, but the idea is to know that notes are not by themselves, they are not vertical, they have a relationship, and we are using codexes, which is harmony. And you are waiting for that because you are used to be exposed to harmony. And the same thing happens with okay, there is a tension and there is a release everywhere. If you know where it is, you can decide where to go with your music, with your phrasing, with everything, because you are the artist. You are supposed to be the leader, for example, in a Haydn trumpet concerto. So that's another good point. Phrasing. You know, the shape of every phrase should be beautiful and like an arch. If you are playing like da 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 da, that's not interesting. You have to decide where to go to the phrase and then let it go, and then again breathing, and then go to another high point and letting go. If you are not making phrasing, you are not making music, because music breathes with phrasing. Okay, I have to go a little bit faster because there is only 7 minutes left. So that was point number 4: practicing, analyzing, starting, harmony, phrasing, the downbeat of every phrase. Da da di pam 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 pa da da di da da. So if Mr. Haydn were not so good, he could set a high point of a phrase on the beat number 3. But guys, he was good, so he was putting his high points of the phrase on the downbeats. So it's not da 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 di da, it's da 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 di da da, because the C, just for example, is on the downbeat. So search for the downbeats and search for the phrasing, search for the connection of the notes. Okay. Number 5: did you ever conduct an orchestra? Hands up. Yes, yes. Okay, for the younger, maybe not. But if you are not exposed to an orchestra or a wind band, maybe there is a way to do it anyway, in your brain or with recordings. Why it's so important to pretend to conduct? Because you are transforming the black dots on the page into a movement. And the movement is the music, is the energy. So if you would like to conduct the Haydn trumpet concerto, just to make the same example, you will not mix, because your expression will be 0. Pretending just to suggest to a soloist or to an orchestra how to play it is part of your decision and part of your taking the responsibility that you are the boss, you are the leader. So maybe the beginning of the Haydn trumpet concerto will be because you would like to give energy, to show the lines. Okay, so find 3 minutes every day and pretend to conduct. Maybe there is, of course, there is no orchestra in your living room, but let's do it anyway. Maybe the first day you will be very bad on conducting. Day number 2, exactly the same. Maybe after 1 month of 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, you will feel the music and be able to share it. But sharing the music is the goal of music making, okay? a conductor shares it with the orchestra, but you should share it with your audience. Okay. Number 6 is something very in connection with this. You can dance. You can move your body. Okay. I don't want you to go on the street and to let the police come and take you to the hospital because you are dancing the Haydn trumpet concerto. But in your private room, nobody's watching at you, nobody's judging at you. So move your body, feel this kind of or under pressure. The absence, so no movement means no music. Start moving with this kind of yoga breathing lesson, okay, but then try to take it into your music making shapes, okay? So phrasing and move yourself. That was number 6. So dance a little bit for 3 minutes above the Haydn trumpet concerto. Number 7, deciding. You should decide how to play. The Haydn trumpet concerto is not beautiful by itself. The Haydn trumpet concerto is beautiful, 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 beautiful.
Decide. And being, si sente? Pronto, pronto? Perfetto. You have the responsibility to decide the expression, right? Being on stage is a little bit too. You should do it before, okay? So starting with looking at the score and deciding this phrase will be sweet, this phrase will be energetic, this phrase will be like a tree going. Yes, I'm speaking about poetical images. That's art. It's not hitting the F. Okay, that's music. No, I would like to create just a shape of a tree inside the desert. Okay, that's okay. You are the boss. You can decide whatever you.
And maybe you can change it because you change your mind. That's another point of view. But the idea is to go on stage with your decision. So take your score and write. If you have the Haydn trumpet concerto, is okay. If you have an exercise like a scale, okay as well. So put some words on your page. Joyful. Sad. Love. I don't know if you can listen to some differences through these microphones, but the idea is a scale could be a very challenging exercise, or you can go into styles. Play like Bruckner, play like Stravinsky scale, or Mozart, which are very, very different languages, or Dizzy Gillespie, or Maynard Ferguson, whatever. So don't play notes. Play the technique at the service of the notes. Okay? Number 8, and I'm almost done. To decide. Decide to be the soloist. Decide to be the artist. Don't expect that there is a teacher giving you suggestion on stage. You are the boss, so you have to feel yourself like a big soloist. Yes, I'm playing for you the F major scale. Yeah, not always hoping. Okay, it will maybe the F sharp. That's not a big soloist or big musician behavior. You are the boss. You have the responsibility. Okay? Feel like being the boss. Okay? Last 2. Other activities. Luca, ho quasi finito. Recording yourself. Composing, arranging, writing music, video editing, whatever you want to do inside your musical world, writing and arranging for me is a big part of musical development. But that's me. So don't think about trumpet only. Trumpet is just an amplifier of your ideas. If the ideas are boring, you will amplify boring ideas, and many people will listen to boring ideas. So take care of your ideas, because that's your artistry. Okay? Number 10 is the last one. Of course, you can go on whatever you want with this list, because you get the point. Okay? Don't forget to make music every day. And the last thing is choose the right material. Choose good material, which are in Italian we call it cantabile studies. Cantabile in English is that you can sing them. Bordogni, Rochut, but as well opera arias. Nessun dorma, nessun dorma. They have words. So nessun dorma means nobody has to sleep, because everybody will stay awake. It's not re 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 re. Is nobody has to sleep, because I'm trying to discover the name of the princess. Okay? So that's the idea. Or if you are on the other side of the sea, another tune, but choose a right material to put your effort of being musically interesting inside your playing. That was Charlie's Angels, and maybe you are too young to remember it, but the idea is this big trumpet themes played many times in the television, were part of my youth. So playing them is a big part of having the joy to make music. So the last thing I would like to add is music making, music practicing, music activity is not only made by technique and boring exercises. So make your exercises interesting and do them, okay? But take care of your musical brain and your musical soul. Okay?
Grazie mille Marco, sei fantastico, you are phenomenal, thank you for your wonderful message.
Io mi scaldo soltanto, faccio soltanto i saluti, poi sono le 8 ore dopo che diventano interessanti. Però lascio il posto anche a qualcun altro, via.
Sì, abbiamo in collegamento Jonathan REITH da Parigi, e ti ringrazio veramente di cuore per tutto il lavoro che ha fatto per l'Italian Brass Week, and for sure we will see next year with you, the Brass Quintet and many other things.
Grazie mille.
Grazie Marco.
Grazie per la connessione, che si sia capito qualcosa. Grazie a tutti, buon lavoro. Ciao.
Ciussi, vi seno un Simbolzano.
See you soon. Ciao.
Ciao.
So we have a sponsor now?
Yeah.
Okay. It's Resonance.
Vai, entra nella Zoom room, c'è già lui? Sabrina?
AR Resonance is a true Italian craftsman company, merging science and art. Antonio has developed a unique approach to creating versatile instruments and mouthpieces which offer a wide array of sounds, spanning from brilliant and vibrant to rich and mellow, and everything in between. The primary mission in developing AR Resonance products is to simplify the player's efforts by fine-tuning the response of every element of the equipment. Using the finest modern technology, artisanal ethics, coupled with the typical classy Italian aesthetic, Antonio has built a line of products that have achieved global notoriety, on par with top custom brands in this business. The use of non-conventional materials, bronze, titanium, stainless steel, and buffalo horn, to name a few, allows for immense personalization in sound and feel. With thousands of combinations of rims, cups, weights, backbores, materials, and platings, there is something for even the most discerning of musicians. Mouthpieces are available for trumpets in any key, cornets, flugelhorns, trombones, euphoniums, and tubas. Most of the key components of trumpets and flugelhorns are made on CNC machines that create precise fits for a true tension-free result. From the water keys to the way the braces fit the threaded integral receiver lead pipe, elements of the horn are 3D modeled and manufactured in our shop. AR Resonance is built on a deep understanding of how equipment works and how players think. The result is a truly unique and world-class line of instruments. Currently, there are 8 models of horns in production, with more on the way. The mouthpiece threads into the horn using a triple-threaded system, which allows for an ideal fit, quick insertion and removal, and the option to choose any gap level needed, which ultimately connects the player to the horn in the most efficient way possible. AR Resonance is a family-owned small business located in a small village in northern Italy. Antonio and his wife Elisa enjoy the company of the many customers that visit them from across the globe. Their goal is to leave a personal stamp on the industry through kindness, competence, and the joy of creating art that allows for artistic creation.
We are back in the studio, and I'm very happy to present.
To keep with our next masterclass from the maestro Jonathan Reith.
Jonathan, bonjour. Ça va?
Are you there, Jonathan?
We need to go in the Zoom room. Yes. Jonathan, are you there?
Not yet.
Okay. Jonathan, can you hear me? You need to open the Zoom room.
Yeah.
Okay. Ça va, mon ami? Ça va?
Ça va. How are you?
I'm very fine. Nice to see you.
It's good to see you and to hear you again. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been 2 or 3 years that he was in Florence, and we had lots of fun that year.
Yeah, exactly.
We need to make it again happen.
Yeah, sure, definitely.
So, you are in Provence now or in Paris?
I am in Nîmes, next to Provence.
Meraviglioso.
Yeah, in holidays.
I'm very jealous of you. Because, you know, I told you many times that I love Provence and I would like to live there.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You're right. It's such a beautiful place.
So, please start your masterclass. It's going to be, and thank you very much to be again with us at the Italian Brass Week. And merci beaucoup. And start with your masterclass. Merci.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, so today I wanted to talk a bit about auditions and competitions in general. It means how to prepare an audition, how to prepare a competition, and what to do on the D-Day of the audition. So, first of all, I'm gonna talk about auditions because it's slightly different than competitions. Auditions. I'm gonna talk of something in general, which is about practicing for the audition. Never forget that the quality is better than quantity. I mean, about practicing, and it's kind of real for everything in life in general. But the quality is really much better. Practicing 6 hours a day doesn't mean anything if it's not in a good way. So, for instance, when I was student in Lyon with Michel Becquet, I was one of his students who practiced the least. I mean, I had my own routine every day, and I was practicing maybe 2 or 3 hours a day, and that was like this every single day. But I was not like practicing 6 hours just because it's good for my muscles or something else. No. It's hurting more than efficient. Okay? So, quality. Find your routine every day. Before the audition, when you get 1 week before the audition, you have to be ready 1 week before at least, but not too much, because if you're ready like 1 month before, it's also weird, because if you're ready too soon, you can be bored about the preparation. Okay, so 1 week, I think 1 week is the good timing. So yes, during this last week, try to relax a bit and just run through your program every day, like if it's the real audition. So, and also you have to find the routine of the audition. If the audition is on 3 rounds, you have to maybe try to play the first round first on the morning, and then you stop. And then some hours later, you play the second round, and some hours later, you play the final. It doesn't make any sense to play your program like not in the good order, or like 5 hours in a row. It's not like this during the audition. So try to, when you practice, try to be as close as possible of the audition. Okay. The good point for me when you prepare the audition is to play your program to people as much as you can, especially to people that don't play your instrument. Why? Because when you play at an audition, the panel in front of you or behind the screen don't play necessarily your instrument. It's maybe 25% of the panel who play your instrument, right? So that means the other people in the panel, they don't really know your own instrument. They just have good feelings about the sound, about intonation, about musicality. So you have, in the preparation, you have to play in front of different people, and they can tell you what is good, how they feel your musicality, your intonation, and not necessarily the technique, the pure technique of your instrument, right? And then it's good to know from many people, you know, what they think about your musicality and your sound, and a different view of this. Okay. Yes, if you have any question, by the way, feel free to ask. I don't know how we can do that, if it's in the chat, or if we can talk, or if you have any question, please feel free.
Okay.
Or maybe
Jonathan, there is 2 ways. They can write in the chat, or they
yes.
can or they can directly open the microphone and ask into you.
Yeah, it's good. Both are good for me.
Fantastic. I mean. Great. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. So yes, still about the preparation. If you are ready 1 week before, also, this is a good point, because if you arrive at an audition without being totally ready, you will be so nervous. And when you are nervous, it's the best way to be like this on stage and to make many mistakes. So be ready really soon. If you're not, maybe it's not necessary to go to the audition. I mean, it happens to me. It happened to me sometimes, and I feel with if I played with the handbrake, and it's not good. To have a good feeling on stage, you have to be as much ready as you can. Okay. Yes, just so what I say before the audition, 1 week before, just run through your program every day. It's really important to have your muscles in a good shape also, because if you practice too much, even the day before, you almost don't play. It's just, you have to have good feelings to be really flexible. If you're not flexible during the audition, okay, you can develop the dynamic, you can develop anything. You have to be like, relax, and your muscles must be relaxed. Okay. yeah, don't be afraid when you arrive on the D-Day. Please don't warm up too much. Just find a good way of warming up, but not too much, because if you warm up too much, you will be really, really exhausted. And the most important thing is to arrive on the stage playing in the better shape you can. Okay, so it's a bit stupid if you arrive on stage and you cannot play because you practice too much before the audition. No, it's on the audition that you have to be in the better shape. Okay. Yes, what I say, when you prepare and you play in front of people that don't play your instrument, yeah, the panel. Maybe if you play in front of a cellist, or in front of a flute player, or maybe a clarinet, I don't know. You have to seduce them. How? It's not about technique. It's about musicality. Okay, it's about, of course, intonation, of course, about rhythm, but also about musicality. They don't know how to play in your instrument, how to play a high C, or I don't know. They don't know about it. Okay, they just want someone musical and who can get into the orchestra and to fit in the orchestra. That's what they are looking for. So sometimes I hear people who say, okay, on the first round, I just want to play really solid to get into the second round. I don't agree with that. Why? Because behind the screen, they don't want necessarily someone solid. They want to hear someone musical, even on the first round. Okay? Now I have the experience of being behind the screen or on the panel. And when I see my colleague on the panel, they are, okay, it's good, they are the good note, this is solid, but, well, it's not charming. Okay, and what do you want to hear? I want to hear something that can fit the orchestra. I want to hear someone I want to play with. That's the point. We want someone to play with, okay, and not someone the best with muscles and etc. No. We want someone to play with an entire orchestra. So even for the first round, don't play too solid, and just try to find the rich sound, the good sound, and the good musicality. And it makes the difference until the end of the audition. Okay? Yes, also, it's necessary to be to have a good behavior when the screen disappears. It's good to have a good behavior, not to be too much, not to be like if you are playing alone. No, be really natural, be really simple, and be aware, and try to catch the attention of the panel, but not being like this. No, just be really, really simple. They want someone to play with for maybe 30 years, 40 years. So just try to be charming, to give them something they can take you to play with for 30 years. Okay, so don't try to be the soloist. Okay, this is not the point. Okay, soloists are in front of the stage, not into the orchestra. When you want someone into your orchestra, you don't want someone soloist. So try to be natural, also not only in your playing, but also in your behavior when you play in front of them. Okay? One thing about auditions also, if you fail an audition, well, it happens to many people. But try to know why you failed. It's really, really important to improve and to make better on the next audition. I didn't win, for example, I didn't win an audition for my first audition. Maybe it was my 7th or 8th audition, or maybe more, I don't remember. But each time when I failed, then I was at home and I was like, okay, so my preparation was not good. I was tired after the second round. Okay, I have to do something better to improve and to be stronger to the next audition. Okay, and next time, okay, I was okay about my shape, but then something else was wrong. My intonation was not very good. The pianist was not very good, and so, but you have to manage with that. You have to deal with everything around you during the audition, and if the pianist is not good, for instance, well, that's it. This is the same pianist for everyone. So try to manage on the day and try to deal with everything you have around you, and you have to deal with that anyway. Yeah, the worst thing I think is to make the same mistake again, auditions after auditions. No, sometimes I hear people that failed auditions and saying, oh, but my instrument was not good today. I think my mouthpiece is not the good one. Okay, I think this is hiding behind an excuse. No, the real problem is something that was not good in your preparation, in your playing. So don't hide behind something and just ask you the good and real questions about this. And then that's why I think I improved a lot in failing auditions. So please keep it in mind, and it's really important. This is the better way to improve, I think. We don't all have the chance to win an audition after the first one. It's very, very, very rare. Okay. So now I'm gonna talk about competitions. It's more or less the same thing. The main difference in between auditions and competitions is the length of the competitions. Of course, an audition is on 1 or maybe 2 days maximum. A competition is a week, maybe more, maybe 10 days. So you have to manage your time. A competition, you play your first round and maybe after you have 2 days off. What can you do after these 2 days? You think a lot about this, but you have to empty your mind. You have to empty your mind as much as you can. Don't practice too much also in between, because you must be ready before. A competition, when you arrive at the competition, you prepare the competition for maybe 6 months. It's not like an audition. The program is much bigger. So you prepare it for a long time, and you are very, very, very ready. So when you play your first round, then you have 2 days off, and during these 2 days, don't practice too much. Keep these muscles really flexible. Don't force it. Okay? Yeah, don't force. It would be very, very, very a pity if you arrive at the second round and totally dead. You know, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, so I have one question. Okay. Yes, to control the plan. I have a question. Both in audition and competition, I have difficulty controlling the plan. That's what is really important to prepare. It's as I said, don't try to practice too much during the competition. In between days, maybe you have to empty your mind, going out. I don't know, going out to find what you can do in the city of the competition, and try to empty your mind as much as possible. And you have to manage also your shape, because maybe if there are 4 rounds, it's 4 days of playing, and you're not necessarily in a good shape for the 4 days. I can tell you a story about my ARD competition. When I got to the first round, I got on stage and I was in a terrible condition. I don't know why, no explanation. You all know that sometimes on the D-Day, wow, you prepared it for 6 months and you are not in a good shape. and don't give up. When it's like this, just don't give up and try to deal with that, with this condition. And what did I say? What did I do, I mean? So after my first phrase, I was like, okay, it's gonna be long, it's gonna be hard, but what can I do? I can't develop the dynamic, I can't develop the phrasing, I can't develop because I have the feeling I'm playing with the handbrake, so what can I do? I try to focus on my sound, to focus on my intonation, to focus on watching the panel in front of me, try to seduce them as much as I can, try to not to make accidents, of course, and try to focus on each note more than about dynamic. I tried, but it was not as good as I wanted to. So you have to deal with when something is wrong on a day, maybe the pianist, maybe, I don't know, you have to deal with that and to manage to give your best anyway, okay? And afterwards, so 3 days after, so after the first round, I knew that I got to the second round, but I knew also that I was definitely not the best of the first round. I was in the very low ranking, but anyway, I was in the second round, I was happy. So the second round, I had 2 days to think about it and to be more prepared about the whole. I think the whole scared me, so I was more prepared, and I arrived on the second one in very good condition. And then for the second one, I was really happy. I could do everything I wanted to, and because I deal with this first round, and I tried to manage to do it. And then the semi-final and the final, I was in a better shape also, in better conditions, and because I did in this first round, I had the memory of this first round, which was not very good, and I was like, okay, I have to do better, and I have to prepare in this way, not in the way I prepared the first round. So you have to jump into your mistakes, okay? So I have a question, and I cannot control. About the fear and judgment failure. Well, it happens. You have to forget about the judgment failure. It happens to everyone. I think every musician in his musical career had a fail one time in his life. You have to remind this all the time. We are not machines, okay? So just if you fail, don't be too upset. Don't be ashamed. Just think about what you can do better the next time. Just try to be positive about this fail, not negative. If you are negative, you are going in this way, okay? Just try to be positive all the time. It's really, 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 really important. What can I say? Yes, about competitions also. There is something in common in many, many, many domains. Like it's a kind of Olympics, okay? So there is a lot of connection with sport. So think about the preparation of an athlete to the Olympics, and you have some same things about this. To find a routine, to wake up every day, try to wake up at the same time, practicing at the same time, and play first round all the time, the first round, the program of the first round together. I think it's not a good way to take a piece from the first round and a piece from the final. It doesn't really make any sense because you won't play them in a row, okay? The first one is on a day, the final might be in 10 days. So why would you prepare it playing them together? It doesn't make any sense. So just play the first one together as much as you can for the first days of preparation. Of course, you can maybe when I prepare the RRD, one day I prepared the first round, the other day the second round, etc., etc. I played it, I practiced it a lot. I mean, 3 hours, 4 hours, but just like this. And then when you get close to the competition, you play the first and second round together. But the first one on the morning, and then on the evening, for instance, the second one. That's what I did. Morning and evening, I separate my day like this, and I play the first round and second round, and the day after, third round, final, etc., etc. And sometimes I play first round, I did the break, second round, I did the break, and semi-final. But always round after round, okay? And it's a bit the same for athletes. They prepare a competition with a lot of routine. Okay, it's important to find a good routine to prepare this. I wanted to finish about speaking of the way to breathe, but not the technique of breathing. I wanted to talk about this because I see so many times when I give lessons, when I hear some auditions or exams, sometimes I hear a mechanic of breathing. It means I hear people breathing all the time the same way, which is not a good point to me. I think that sometimes some people think breathing is like a machine. It's just in order to blow in the instrument. Breathing to me is not that. Breathing to me is a part of the music, of the musicality of your phrase. Is a part of the phrase, the musical phrase. When you hear sometimes, and I advise you to go to different concerts, like string quartet concerts, for instance. When you go to a good string quartet concert, you can hear them breathing all the time. And they don't need air to blow in their instrument. They are strings players, but they breathe. Why? Because this is musically so important. Okay? So when you blow in your instrument, when you take a breath, don't think it's just to blow in your instrument to take the breath. Okay? It's, for instance, if you practice an orchestral excerpt really loud and energetic, take the breath, thinking about this energy. Okay? If you play something really slow and really calm, and please feel the energy of your phrase and breathe in this energy. Not make you won't breathe. Play something really soft, and it doesn't make any sense. And I hear that so many times, and I'm like, okay, there is no connection of their way of breathing and their way of playing. It doesn't match. Okay, it must be really natural, simple, and in a relation with the phrase. Okay, and this is a good way. I think the good way is to listen to a lot of music that is not your instrument. Please, when you prepare something, just listen something else. I listen a lot of chamber music, but not brass chamber music. I listen a lot of string quartet, a lot of piano trio, a lot of this, and I take every good things that I can have from this to my playing. And it's really important also that you can find this in every kind of music, every style of music. You can, for the rhythm, you can listen rock and roll music. You can take this to improve yourself. You can take this pizzicati of the cello. Wow, what an energy! What a definition of the notes. Okay, I'm gonna take this, and I look at him, how he moves to find the good pizzicato, and I need this to play sometimes. I need to have a perfect attack and a perfect staccato, and you can take from this pizzicati of the cello, or the double bass, or the length of the string with the bowing. You have to be curious about everything, and especially about other instruments, other musicians. Don't play alone in your room and be focused on your playing. I play the trombone, so that's why I do that. But okay, I play for myself. I play solid. I have a strong sound. Perfect. No. be curious. Music is a moment you have to share with people. Okay, so you don't play just for you. So find the good sound of the cello, of the flute, I don't know, of the oboe, of the. I love the oboe. I love the length of the. They can play without breathing almost an entire phrase, and I love this way they do that. They play really long notes, and I would love to do it with my trombone. And sometimes I try to play with really long until the end, and I breathe really fast, just not to cut the phrase. Okay. So my point, what I would say is to be really, really curious about musicality and about the way you breathe. That's what the last point I wanted to talk about. Okay. I can see LUCA coming back. Warm up with the mistakes. Oh, I would say I often warm up with the mistakes I make regularly before I start playing. What do you think about it? I would say don't stop these mistakes. Don't make change the way of warming up. If you make mistakes every day, it means your warm-up is not the good one for you. So try to find from other instruments, try to ask people that don't play your instruments, how do you prepare, how do you warm up? My way is not the good one. I make mistakes about this, so what is the good one for you? And maybe you start with this one the next day, and maybe it's not the good one. Okay, so you try to ask another people. Okay, well, be curious, as I said. Try to be curious all the time, all the time. When you are musicians, you improve every day in your career until the last day, I would say. Music is changing all the time. Through the decades, the music is changing, the style is changing. So don't be focused on your playing, because your playing is about to move and to improve according to the decades. Okay, so don't think you have the best way of playing, because there are so many ways of playing. Okay, I think this is time, LUCA. Or
we are about to finish your masterclass.
Yes.
And there is any other question? You have still 25 seconds, or maybe we can just chat a little bit. And I would like to I would like to thank you very much to be
my pleasure.
To be with us again. It's not like to be in Florence, and I remember
sure, it's slightly different.
Yeah, we had a big fun drinking under the Ponte Vecchio that night.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, so thank you very much, and we talk later probably for the future, and thank you.
Sure.
Merci beaucoup, and enjoy your vacation.
Merci, Tania.
Thank you,
Bye-bye,
Jonathan.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ciao, ciao, ciao,
Bye-bye.
ciao. So, we give it the line to the studio. They have some contributes.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
Making history. This close to changing the world.
We're this close.
This close to making sure no child suffers a crippling disease
ever again.
This close. We are this close to ending polio.
Ending polio. All we need is you.
This close. If we don't act now, we may lose this chance forever. Help Rotary make history at endpolionow.org.
Giuliano.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm very fine, thanks. How about you?
Fine. Thank you very much for interrupting your holidays for us for being here with us on the International Brass Week 2020.
I had to sacrifice a morning at the beach, but it's with great pleasure that I'm doing that.
Wow, thank you very much.
Buongiorno, Giuliano. Thank you very much
Luca.
to be with us, and nice to see you. We are sorry to interrupt your vacation in Alghero, in Sardinia, but at least we have the chance to see each other and you to give a wonderful masterclass to all students connected.
Well, first of all, let me tell you that I'm extremely happy and proud of you, you guys, to see what you're doing. You know, it's really amazing, and my huge congratulations for the initiative and you know, running this project despite the situation. Great job, and it's very impressive. I'm very enthusiastic about this. So it's a great pleasure to sacrifice a bit of sand and a bit of salt water, you know, in favor of the Italian Brass League.
So, which is your topic, Giuliano?
Excuse me. Well, you know, I've been following a little bit, and I believe that one of the top priorities in our field of brass playing, as you know, I mean, maybe it's more obvious sitting in a symphony orchestra, in a professional symphony orchestra, but the only thing that really matters is the musical result. So what matters to me is to find strategies, excuse me, my voice is gone. And to find strategies on how to convert all the actions and physical actions and mental actions into reality in a way that the reality looks as we want, we wish, and as the music requires us. So my topic for today would be defining the final result and thinking backwards from the final result.
Meraviglioso. Please start your masterclass.
Thank you. So, you know, I try to, over the years, I try to develop the ability to zoom out, you know, so to look at the bigger picture. And if we are talking about our profession, which is, of course, being classical musicians and artists, I try to compare our art to other forms of art, such as visual arts, which I think are the closest. And of course, you can take culinary arts. I also really appreciate the fact that, you know, you try to build that bridge, which is fantastic, and you're in the right country to do that. So also, you're in the right city to talk about visual arts and about sculpture, and I want to go there for a little moment, because, you know, if I imagine, let me be a little bit metaphorical for once. Of course, I'm a big lover of practical things, of technique and everything, but let me go on a little metaphorical trip. So I imagine that I'm a great sculptor, you know, okay, you have Michelangelo, you know, has to make an amazing monument. He has gotten a commission. He just got a letter from some prince or some duke who wants a monument of himself sitting on a horse in a, you know, very proud fighting position or winning, you know, pose. So visual artists, I think, are even more familiar with this than many musicians are, with the fact that it is all born in the imagination of the artist. So the first thing you want to make sure is that you have a high resolution, high detail image of this horse monument in your mind before you even order the block of marble, you know. So if I think to the times back then, they had to order a block of marble from hundreds of kilometers away from Carrara, maybe, you know, white, perfect marble, and it was shipped by boat and brought to the atelier of the artist. And in the meantime, while the marble was taken out of the mountain and brought to the city, the artist was going to a farm with just a few blocks of maybe paper or you know, blackboard and chalk, and taking sketches. You know, we have a lot of sketches from this time from amazing artists who take sketches of parts of human bodies, parts of horses, parts of, you know, just trying to make sure they have a huge dictionary, a huge collection of details. For example, let me go back to the horse idea. They would go to a farm and sketch the eyes of 20 different horses just to decide which shape of eye they wanted to include in their own masterpiece. So a few months later, after you collected so many details about how you want your final result to look like, and you have registered them in your imagination, well, you actually start getting out your hardware and working on the marble. So of course, for visual artists, and I love sculpture because they only have one opportunity. You know, if you hit away the wrong piece of stone from the monument, from the piece of marble, you have to start from scratch. So it's we are actually very lucky in music, because if we play the same piece a few times, we get a second and a third opportunity. You know, but in visual arts, the defining in the imagination an extremely precise idea of what the final result should be like is of primary importance, and this is for all arts. So this morning, here it's morning in Europe, of course, I would like to put some weight on that. And why do I like to put that? Because I see that the standard operating procedure is still, okay, I grab my instrument, I grab my technique book, whatever it is, you know, my method, my Bible, my Arban, my Clark, my whatever, and I start practicing on that and try to improve every day. And I do, of course, make progress. Usually I play etudes, I play pieces, and I try to fight my way to the top, you know. But I think sometimes it would be a very good idea, and I must say, being an orchestral musician, sitting in a good orchestra, I'm sitting in the Rotterdam Philharmonic, I'm principal trumpet there, so we have access to fantastic symphonic repertoire. Of course, you know that, you're in the same situation. with fantastic conductors, and every week you get them, almost every week you get a masterclass by some great intellectuals of our fields, by some, you know, of the top conductors. And this helps you develop a clear idea of what classical music should sound like when it's brought to its final form, to its final result. But I also realize I'm now, since October, I'm a teacher at the University of the Arts, Hochschule der Künste in Bern in Switzerland. And I also realize the importance for my students and for any students around the world that it doesn't go without saying for everyone that we always know what the final result should be like. And here comes my second part. So the first part was about the importance of imagining of being able to imagine the final result we want to achieve in highest detail in every little aspect, maybe discussing it with others and discussing what the best options are. And so, of course, the second step, which is very important for me, is how to get access to this information. I see that today we have internet, we have access to everything worldwide, there are no more borders, but this is not only an opportunity, because this can also cause a lot of confusion. And we have to learn how to select the things we follow, the things we take as an example, how to select the leaders we want to follow, how to select the information we actually want to make ours and to put into our own artistic baggage. So after a few months, when the Corona pandemic started, since I've been teaching in Bern, I have received fantastic input from my colleague Ian Bousfield, whom you know very well. And we have started to do the following. So for every orchestral excerpt that we want to practice, or for every solo that we want to practice, we made a playlist of 15 recordings. We have a shared Google document. So, for instance, take some important orchestral solos, such as take Mahler 5. So we collected, first of all, we would collect 15 recordings on Spotify, on Apple Music, on other streaming services, wherever available. Put these links into a document and listen to each one of these 15 recordings. It's quite a lot. It takes a lot of time, but you will see it's extremely, extremely interesting. And usually the recordings, if an orchestra made a recording of a big symphonic masterpiece, it cannot be, usually it's going to be quite a good orchestra. So you will have quite a representative version. And so you listen to your 15 Mahler 5s one time, and of these 15 Mahler 5s, you choose 5 finalists. So you choose your 5 favorite, and probably those 5 favorites, with very few exceptions, will be recordings of the top orchestras worldwide. Okay, so you may have, I don't know, Amsterdam, Berlin, New York, Vienna, Rotterdam. Okay, so you can have you have your 5 finalists, and those are your 5 favorite of that piece. You will already notice that the differences are huge in how different people play the same piece. So the next step is you print out 5 empty, 5 blank scores, 5 blank parts of this solo, which are very easily available, of course, online as PDFs, but there should be nothing written in, only the part. And by listening to, so you print out 1 blank part for each of your 5 favorite recordings that you selected. And so you take recording number 1 and the sheet paper, blank sheet number 1. And by listening many times to these recordings, you extract as many details as you can possibly extract from the recording. You write them into your part. So you write the tempo, the dynamic ups and downs, the small phrasing, the big phrasing, the vibrato. Is there vibrato? Is there no vibrato? Where does the vibrato start? How wide is the vibrato? About intonation, are major thirds low enough? Are they a bit on the high side? How the articulation is done? Are there differences in slurs and articulated notes? How is the sound? Is the sound bright? Is the sound dark? Is the sound round? Is the sound piercing? Is the sound fiery? Is it opaque? And so on. You can try to extract as many parameters. There are no real rules, but this is a training for us to train our ears and to train ourselves to listen in a very high resolution manner. Okay, so I think the biggest skill of a musician should be, first of all, the listening, the ability to listen in a very, very high resolution and high precision, high detailed way to what we hear. And in this way, we can train that. So once you transferred from the recording so many informations on the first blank sheet, you leave that apart, you take the second recording, you take your second print of the part, and you do the same thing with the second recording. And so on with the third, with the fourth, with the fifth recording. At the end, what you will have is 5, let's call them X-rays. Okay, 5 written reports of everything you could hear in these 5 recordings of the piece you are working on. You have a lot of information. So the next step is you print another blank part of your piece or your excerpt, and on this blank part you steal your favorite ideas from the 5 recordings you listen to. So you can take the sound of recording number 1 with the vibrato of number 2, with the phrasing of number 3, with the intonation of number 4, with the articulation of number 5. Just to give you an example, you can just mix and build your superhero, which has all the best characteristics of the principal trumpets of you name it, Berlin, London, New York, Vienna, Rotterdam, whoever, Amsterdam. So this 6th version will be your working version. So now, if you have a great teacher, you should discuss the things that you took from these 5 recordings and you put them into your own personal version. You should discuss this with your teacher. If your teacher is a very prepared and mature teacher, he or she will be able to give you a strong opinion on your choices that you made. But the great thing is that both the teacher and the student will be at the same level of knowledge. You know, the idea would be that the teacher and student are at the same level of knowledge, and that you can have a very mature discussion about which ideas are better to include into your own interpretation. This is what we call interpretation action. And once you and your teacher, if you have a good teacher, or otherwise you do it alone, you agree on how you want this to be. In front of you, you have a score, a part, you know, that shows you exactly how you want this solo to sound like, to be like, musically, all the details you want to include in this solo. And the next step is to check, to just try to play it. You know, you just try to play it and you see certain things you're already able to do them, other things you're not yet able to do them. And you can make a checklist of things. Okay, I need to work on this technical skill to be able to satisfy the requirements that I put to myself in this resume, in this 6th version that I made. And so my technical studies, my daily technical routine, my technical priorities are all finalized, are all made in order, or planned also, in order to grow to the level, grow technically to the level to be able to execute and to satisfy the musical and stylistic and all the ideas, that the requirements that I put to myself in this analysis and reporting and writing system. I hope there is some clarity about this. So once again, you choose 15 recordings, you listen to them once of the piece you want to work on, you choose 5 finalists, you print 5 empty parts, and for each recording you resume, you extract all the things you can hear into your part. Then you print a 6th part. In the 6th part you copy all your favorite ideas of the previous 5 that you listened and analyzed, and you discuss these choices with your teacher. And after you have the green light and you all agree on it, you practice it, you record it, you listen to your own recording, you compare it to what you wanted to do. You can hear if you can already hear what you decided on your part, or if it's not clear enough, if you need to be clearer in your intention, in your musical intention. And you keep recording and working towards this result. But in this way, you have a very clearly defined, clearly defined image of what you want your final results to sound like. So I hope this strategy can help you guys a little bit. During the Corona pandemic in Bern, we have obtained excellent results. Actually, the results were higher than my expectations. Of course, this procedure takes a lot of discipline, takes a lot of passion, because I think, first of all, I also did that. I had to, of course, listen to the same recordings that my students put together, the playlists, in order to know what they were talking about. And I discovered some jewels. I rediscovered the pleasure to just listen to music, listen to so many recordings of the same piece, and discover the differences, discover the magic of different opinions, different countries, different people, different tastes, and how those can all exist at the same time without actually disturbing each other. And I think this is what art is all about. This is what makes our job so fantastic. And you will see, it's definitely a wonderful thing to do. So what will never happen again by doing this procedure is that you will show up at an audition and they will tell you, you know what, you play your instrument fantastically, you didn't miss a single note, but unfortunately this is not at all how the piece goes. You will have very, very deep and very detailed knowledge on the context of your solo, on the different options which have all already been proposed by great professionals in our field before your generation. Maybe some of them are already dead. If you listen to Chicago Symphony with Bad Herseth or Fritz Wesenig or whoever, the Hans Gansch, great principal trumpets, they are either retired or already dead, and still we can take them as amazing references. They have worked with amazing conductors. They didn't just do the things by coincidence. Most of them were actually fantastic artists who knew exactly what they were doing. So I don't think it's something to feel ashamed about, to copy ideas from others, because the great thing about live performing of classical music is that every musician is different. We all have our own personality, which will never disappear. And as much as we try to copy someone's ideas because we think they make sense, we will never be a perfect copy. You can try to analyze Maurice André until the smallest detail, or Timofey Dokshitzer until the smallest detail of how they play, but you will never be able to be a perfect copy of them. In fact, it will be very clear that you cannot be a copy of them, because you don't have the same body, you don't have the same mind, you are a different person. And I think this is wonderful. So I think everything we do, we as a human being in general, we learn from somebody. We as a personality, we are a result of the influences we had the things we saw, people we met, education we got from our parents, from our teachers, and this makes each and every one of us completely unique. So I don't think anyone should be ashamed of copying ideas from other people. In fact, I think it's very, very important to start by stealing ideas from people who had success, who were recognized as being the top professionals in the field. And then once you feel like you have the maturity to have a strong opinion, your strong own opinion, and to, you know, put out to the market. I call it the market because in the end it's a market, and we are, of course, entertainers, and we are not only artists and intellectuals, but we are entertainers, and we have to we do produce a product. Of course, we preserve masterpieces of the past and art written in the past and in the present when we do contemporary music. But we also have to see the entertainment side of being musicians who play on stage, who have to satisfy the people who are sitting in the concert hall. They want to have a great time. They want to have emotions and have a wonderful evening and experience, and of course come back to listen to us many more times. So it's a big responsibility to make sure that you have a clear idea of what you want to express and of what you want to be musically. And this you can achieve by, first of all, listening to a lot of versions, to a lot of recorded music. There is so much available, and teaching yourself to compare them, to criticize them constructively. You know, you can say, okay, this Bruckner 7 is amazing, but I would rather not use vibrato because I would rather follow an Austrian or a Bavarian orchestra doing that because they have it in their blood, they have the tradition. This is where it all comes from. So maybe for that excerpt, I don't copy the idea of someone who played it with vibrato. I do it without, because with good judgment, I think maybe I would follow that. Instead, for Mahler 5, maybe I copy the other ones. I don't like a Mahler 5 without vibrato in the molto espressivo moment. So there, of course, I would rather follow the version of somebody who does vibrato. But it's very important to listen to many different versions of everything, and to be passionate about these kind of things and not about the raw technique as such, because the raw technique will not make an artist. Raw technique is just a tool to have access to better expressive and musical possibilities. So I'm seeing that I'm not sure if I'm over the time or if you can hear everything is going well.
Ask some students to ask you some questions, maybe.
Wonderful, sure.
There is anyone? Ah, by the way, you are in Alghero, right?
I'm in Alghero, yes.
Yes. And in the ancient language, Sardinian language, Alghero, they used to say it Aghera, which means air. So is exactly the theme of this year, the cosmic breath, and we're talking about air this year. So
perfect.
You are in the right place.
I'm in that's very, actually the air here is very smelly because of the alga.
The algas.
I understand.
So it's not the best air, but it's cosmic at least, so that's good. Sounds great. I agree. So did everything work technically? Because you guys disappeared from my screen for a moment, so I'm not sure everything went smooth.
Mi rimetti lo screenshot per favore? Cioè lo screen completo con le foto, eccoli là.
Okay, everybody there.
Everybody there?
Yeah.
There is any questions?
Wonderful.
Ok, ci sono. Should I? Oh no, lui sono in. Can you read it by yourself?
Wait, hang on. Let me see if I can open the Zoom because I'm on my iPad.
I can read it.
Okay, great.
Okay,
I can
you got
see
it. Okay, great.
What are your thoughts about articulation? Who made this question? Ido. Okay. Hi, Ido. So, very good question. Difficult to answer it in a short time. But music is like a language. I try to treat music the same way I treat languages, and I love languages. I think it's an extremely nice hobby, because learning new languages teach you to communicate with more and more people. So in music, articulation starts from once you produce a sound. You just produce a basic sound. Anything which is pronounce the pronunciation of what we do with the speaking of through our instrument. So of course we use our tongue as brass players. The basic way to think about articulation is, okay, tonguing or not tonguing, but articulation is much more than that. Articulation is how we shape our sound into smaller portions, which represent if you take the big chunk, of course, it represents a phrasing, and later on it represents the syllables of what we do with our instrument. So, of course, articulation and the requirements about how articulation works vary greatly depending on the period and depending on the instrument we play. So, personally, I played violin before I played trumpet, so very often I try to copy or imitate what violin players do with the articulation. There is one thing I really love, which is the option of staying, playing connected or playing really staccato. For example, these are like two prototypes of articulation. Are the difference of when the bow stays on the string and when the bow jumps from the string. And this we can simulate exactly in the same way also with a wind instrument. Then, of course, in articulation, when it becomes more advanced, you talk about how hard the tonguing is. So, is it ta ta ta, or is it da 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 da, or anything in between? Extremely soft or extremely hard tonguing. But there are no rules about articulation. There are only opinions about how the result should be. And I think everybody, just like when we speak or when we sing, we don't exactly think about what we do with the tongue. We just try to get as close as possible to the result we want to achieve. And I think this is much more important than trying to define how articulation should actually, how the correct way and how the wrong way. There is no correct and wrong, The thing you want to do is try to get as close as you can to what you have in your mind by trial and error process. So you try, you see if it works. If it doesn't work, you try something else, and this for many times until you get closer to your result. So I think I also answered the Italian question from Walter. Maestro, ci può dare consigli sull'articolazione e il movimento della lingua? I think this can be included. Walter, spero che tu abbia capito la cosa che ho appena detto in inglese. Then we have, how do you prepare for a competition? Another question which it would take about 4 weeks to answer, and I will try to squeeze it into 1 minute. But I think that the most important thing in a competition is that we should forget that we are competing against other competitors. So our responsibility is to try to make sure that what we present is as good as we possibly can. Because anyway, we don't know who will show up. We don't know how the others will play. So what we want to make sure is to try to do as good as possible a job in understanding the repertoire deeply by for example, doing the process which I just proposed previously. So making sure you heard at least 15 top recordings of that piece. You know what has been done before. You try to grab ideas. You, of course, know the accompaniment, be it piano, be it orchestra, in extremely well to know the context, know the period, know everything about the. And when I say know, it means you have listened to. Okay, it's not reading a book. It's listening to other music of the same composer, knowing if it's a late Haydn, if it's a middle Haydn, or if it's an early Haydn, see what he wrote in the same period, know exactly how the combination between your solo instrument and the accompany works, knowing when you're important on when sometimes you have a, you know, a secondary line. So knowing in real detail the music that you have to perform in the competition, and then building a very strong plan about what you need to work on to achieve the technical requirements of those pieces. But once again, the most important thing in a competition, I organize this Girolamo Fantini competition in Rome every 2 years. For next year, we are still seeing if it's feasible because of all the travel restrictions. Luca, of course, you know something about that. But in general, what I notice in the competition is that the competitors who get far in the competition are those who believe in their own plan. They don't try to please someone. They don't go and try to, you know, play. My father used to call it musical McDonald's. You know, not too hot, not too salty, not too soft, not too hard, not too, you know. So I don't believe in that. I believe in strong musical personality, and you have to take responsibility for your choices. So I think if the people in the jury can hear that you are a very mature artist because you are really prepared on the musical side, they will also forgive slight technical defects, okay? I think this is how I would like a competition to work. I would like a competition to be exposition, like in a museum, an exposition of artistic ideas and of interpretation of the repertoire which the competition proposes. Okay, it took me 5 minutes, but better than 4
No,
minutes.
we give you some more minutes because it's so interesting what you're saying, also for me and my students. So there is another question.
Wonderful. Okay, hang on. Let me see if I forgot something. How do you describe the airstream when you play in the high register? How to reduce our lips pressure and body compensation? Hello, Vincent. Where are you? I don't know where you're writing from. I guess from Asia. Thanks for being here. So, you know, high register is a hot topic in brass playing because, of course, people love to hear the higher register of the trumpet, especially in non-classical environments. Of course, most symphonic pieces on the climax, when the trumpet sings above the orchestra, usually the first trumpet has to play in a high register. And, you know, the highest note we have to ever play in symphony orchestra, let's say in the traditional repertoire. In contemporary, sometimes it goes higher, but it's a concert E flat in Mahler 8 and a few in Strauss works. So we know that we should be able to reach this note, which concert E flat is the harmonic number 12 on the 2 and 3 position on the C trumpet. So on the 5th position of the C trumpet is the 12th harmonic. So about high register, I try to regularly go back to playing my trumpet like a natural trumpet. So I practice d'Auvernay, you know, the school that was written 200 years ago almost, is still fantastic, is still valid, because this was the time when the chromatic instrument was developed, and very quickly, luckily, there were some great intellectuals at the head of the Paris Conservatoire, and their names were d'Auvernay, and then came Arban, of course, who is the most used nowadays, and Méry Franquin. So those are the three, let's call them gods in the Olymp of French trumpet schooling, which is, as we all know, the most advanced technically, or at least the one that came first. And if you look at d'Auvernay, first of all, you learn to master a simple tube. You don't learn to master valves right away. So first of all, you learn to understand the harmonic series, understand how they sound, which intervals there are, and really master extremely demanding technical exercises on just one position at the time. And only afterwards you start using the chromatic functions and possibilities of the more modern 3-valved, in our case, instrument. So if you start from a simple tube, you will very easily understand that what we call high register is nothing else than harmonics further up the series. Okay, I'm talking about classical trumpet because I know that, for instance, in high note screaming, harmonics are no longer valid. Actually, the idea of harmonics is gets how you say overridden, or it's no longer used. So in the very extremely high register, high note screamers don't make use of harmonics anymore, but in classical trumpet we do. We usually, I say, if you get to the 12th harmonic of a first position on the C trumpet, you have the concert high G, which you need for Brandenburg Concerto. So this is more or less the standard, ideally, that everyone should reach. And I strongly believe if you play on a simple instrument, on a natural instrument, what you can do is you take your B-flat trumpet, you push all 3 valves, and you practice the beginning of d'Auvernay just as though it was a natural trumpet. And you will see that playing higher means just blowing harder, and of course, slowly, over a few weeks or months, the embouchure should become stronger to react to the airstream which we throw into it, you know. But it's always the air that leads and the embouchure that reacts to what we do with the air. So if we do simple harmonic exercises, we will just notice that by trying to go further up the harmonic series, we will need more and more air speed or air pressure, which for the body feels kind of similar. It just feels like, okay, I need my physical strength to compress the air through the instrument, and I need my embouchure to resist to that airstream. It sounds simple, but you will see that this is a very honest way to see where your limit is and where you have to work on it. Let me check out. I hope this kind of answers your question. Of course, there is no easy way to high note playing, but I hope it helps. Oh, you're from Hong Kong, so greetings to Hong Kong. And then we have another question. Oh, that's a good question. You have in Italian from Giovanni Sunzeri, Maestro, qualche consiglio per alleggerire il labbro, which means how to reduce the lip pressure. You also asked that. In my opinion, you know, we always have this issue about pressing with the left arm, especially, you know, especially as we go higher. But I think pressing is not forbidden. Pressing is not a huge problem, but the pressure of the arm should not be stronger than what we blow with the air. So if there is balance between the pressure of the arm and the pressure of the air that we blow out, our lip will not be hurt. If the arm wins, our lip will be hurt. So please make sure that in any occasion you try to first of all let the air dominate on the strength of the arm, and then, you know, if your arm needs to push a little bit just to make sure that the closure here is guaranteed and you don't lose air on the side of your mouthpiece, then that's okay. But it shouldn't be more than strictly necessary. Of course, I often just try to keep my trumpet just resting on the hand and not actually grabbing onto it, and see if I can still reach a higher register. If I notice that I lose air on the side, maybe I push a little bit. Okay.
Okay, Giuliano?
Tell me.
Yes, time is running, and thank you very much
pleasure
to take part to the Italian Brass Week Online Festival. And thank you for all this information, which is very similar, but you give me a tip for my students, and I will do right away all the recording, all the papers, and you know, I'm using the same system to when I record and when they record, I say to them that the brain is not able to focus in many things together. So they have 5 papers, and when they listen to themselves, they listen first the rhythm, second the intonation, then the balance, then the phrasing, and so on. But this is very good that you're doing in Bern, and I will copy. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome to that. I'm very happy to share the idea. I believe that you get faster. You know, it's an exercise for your brain also and for your ears. So the first times it will take you 10 times listening to one recording to be able to extract many details. Next time it will take only 5 times, and if you're very skilled, it will take 1 time, and in 1 time listening, you can already, and you don't have to even write it down, you can write it right into your imagination. So it just, it's an exercise, and it's really, really useful.
Thank you very much, bravo!
Thank you, Giuliano.
Bravo!
Thank you very much. Enjoy your
Ciao.
holidays.
And
Thanks a lot.
don't eat too much porceddu.
I'm sorry, I already did, so you should have.
Too late.
Fantastico, send me some picture.
Impossible to resist. Okay, I will.
Ciao, 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 ciao.
Complimenti.
Grazie,
bravi.
grazie.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Ciao,
Ciao, ciao, Giuliano.
In the studio, and we are very happy
to have Fabio Brum.
Hola, Fabio, ¿escucha?
¿Nos escuchas? ¿Puedes subir el volumen?
Sí,
no.
Escucho perfectamente.
Ok, ya te escuchamos, antes no escuchamos nada. Pues bienvenido a la Italian Brass Week.
Muchas gracias.
No te escuchamos bien.
Sí, puede poner un poquito el volumen un poquito más alto.
Sí.
Bueno,
Okay,
gracias.
pues muchas gracias por interrumpir tus vacaciones para estar con nosotros.
Un placer, un placer.
It's all my pleasure. Es todo mi placer haberte aquí. Un solista como ti. Gracias con todo mi corazón.
Gracias a ustedes por la invitación. Espero de mucha.
Grazie a te, grande Fabio. Mira, ¿vai a dar clase en inglés o español?
English is okay?
Good. Fantástico. Empieza.
Ok.
Buon divertimento. Have fun.
Grazie mille.
Grazie a te.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I see some of you, I can't see everybody because not everybody has their webcams on. Thank you for being here. Thank you again, Italian Brass Week, for the invitation. As I said, I hope it's the first of many invitations that I receive and I'll be able to be part of. So today I decided on a topic that might be a little bit different than most of the classes because with a half an hour to try to explain maybe a subject
on how to play a brass instrument, it could be a little tricky since it's even my first class, but I will try to make it more like a motivational speech today. If you have any questions at any moment, just write them down. At some point, I'll try to read them, okay? At the end, if we have some time, also through the microphones, I will invite you guys to participate and ask some questions. So the topic today that I picked to speak about is finding your own voice and pursuing your dreams, which is pretty much our life story as a musician. To make it very short, I think that if we cannot find our way to present our art, our music, it will be very hard for people to listen to us and like what we do. If we try to copy somebody else, for example, as the end result of your practice, it will just be the second person that does something that way. It will never be as good as the first one that did it. But I will go through more topics. I have a little list written down here to make it easier for you to understand. And I think all of us started playing music because we love music. I don't think anybody here started the music trying to make it our job. It can become your job at the end, of course, and we can even make good money with it. But we must keep in mind that we need to have fun. And the only way to have fun is to work hard and be able to do what you like. Because if you just pick up your instrument every once in a while, it'll be very hard for you to become better in what you do and become enthusiastic about it. So, like I said, at any point, if you have any questions, even if it's not specifically about the topic that I'm talking about, please ask, okay? Feel free. I will start with the first point. Like I said, the topic is finding your own voice and pursuing your dreams. So I think the number one thing that you have to do, of course, after starting to play the instrument, because you like that instrument and you decided that will be your instrument for the rest of your life, maybe, even if it's just like a hobby. I always try to keep in mind also, people that play music as hobbies, they are amateurs, usually they end up having more fun than the professionals. I don't understand why. If you really want to do this for your life, you should try to keep in mind the same joy that the amateurs players have, because this is what the music is about feeling good and expressing your emotions to others. For you to be able to do that, though, you have to understand how to create your own way of playing. But there are some things that you have to go through. Number one, in my opinion, is you have to try to understand and master how you produce your sound on the instrument. This is the number one priority that we should have, at least in my opinion, every day. Because if you're working too hard to produce a simple sound, that will take all of your energy or most of your energy on the wrong direction. So we should be very meticulous, very particular about the way we produce the beginning of our sound. And then I could have a class for 3 days explaining many different ways of how you can find this, but it's not the case now. I just think we really need to concentrate on understanding how to produce, how the sound on the brass instrument is produced. Yes? Do you understand? Can somebody say yes or no? Okay, yes. Which can be done, first things, by lip buzzing or mouthpiece buzzing or other kind of buzzings, or directly on the instrument. You decide what is best for you. I have my way of doing it, but what I'm trying to say is, if we don't pay attention, I'll give another example with a sport, maybe it'll be easier to understand. Let's say you want to run really fast, like playing the trumpet really high or really fast or making a lot of notes, you know? If you don't know how to step your right foot in front of the left foot on the correct way, you're never going to be able to run fast. And that's not only the foot. You need to know about your foot, about your knees, about your hips, about your entire body, which is the following steps after producing your sound, which is the first step you do. And then when you finally understand that what you must do to start your sound, then you have to clear it up, try to clear it and make it more beautiful and resonant every day until the rest of your life, because it's a never-ending subject. You can always try to make your sound better and more beautiful. And every day is a different day, which is the beauty of playing our instrument, because there's no such a thing as a finished product on our music. Every day you must redo it again, you know? Even if you played very well yesterday, it doesn't mean that you're going to play very well today. So in the beginning of your day, you should concentrate on how I produce my sound the more beautiful and the clearer and the easiest way. Okay, if you can find that step, then we move on, which would be you have to work on the rest of your technique so you can be free when you play music. If you don't have a technique to play one particular piece, even if it's an easy piece, your technique level should match the music that you're playing. Because some people try to play harder pieces than they can, and they get very frustrated very early on their studies, and some people even late on their lives. So we must always be checking if our technique in general is up to the part of the music that we're trying to play. It doesn't, let's say you have a very, very hard time with the high registers, let's say something like this, and then you're working on Tomasi Trumpet Concerto. It's not going to work for you now. First, you need to try to clear your high register a little bit more, making it easier, and then pick up those pieces. Yes? So always work on your technique from the base, which is how to produce the more simple and easy sound. And then go on from there. Of course, playing high notes, low notes, fast notes, slow notes, bending notes, staccato, all the types of staccato, all the types of flexibility. And then when you find that you have a base on your technique and you feel good about yourself, which means when you play a song that you like and it sounds good, you feel good about it, then it's time for you to maybe really start listening to other musicians, other players. I do this every day. Every day I listen to something different. And I'm not talking about only trumpet. Of course, you should start listening to a lot of trumpet players so that you pick the ones that you like the most. In my case, for example, just an idea for you guys, I used to listen to every trumpet player that I could find a recording of. And then I would write down what I like about that trumpet player. Oh, this staccato is very clear. I like about him. His vibrato of the other player was very good. I like that very much. The high register, oh my God, it's impressive. I like, oh, how lyrical this one plays this piece. And I would write down. And then, which would be the next step, after you listen to many trumpet players, of course, after you have to listen to other brass players, other string players, pianists, singers, all of the instruments, and not only classical music even. You should listen to all types of music, because there's so good music out there that we can pick some things from and bring to our own playing, you know, as a classical or a jazz musician, let's say. So I would try to pick those things, and at least to make an exercise, pick one subject from one player that you heard that you like. Let's say today you heard somebody and you really like his vibrato. His vibrato was really touching you. So on your practice session, at some point, you will try to imitate that vibrato. You'll try to play the same vibrato that the guy or that girl that you heard before. And now it's very easy. We all have cell phones with video cameras, you know, or on your laptop or in your iPad or whatever. So you record yourself, try to play, and then after you finish, you press stop, listen to what you played, and see if the ending result, see if the result is what you were expecting. Sometimes we think that what is in our head is coming out of our bell very nicely, but it's not. So when we hear to the recording, then we know if what we played was right or wrong. And if it's not correct, then you try once again. And if it's not correct, you try once again. This is how we start to build our level of knowledge about how to make our own sound. Yes. So when you do for some years this, you try a staccato of this one person one day, you try the vibrato of another person the other day. When you finally feel like you can imitate this cellist that you really like, or that pianist that you really like, or that harpist that you really like, when you feel that you can do it, so then I would suggest you really concentrate on making your voice, which I mean, then now you get the piece that you want to play, learn it by memory, which is very important, I think, as a soloist, if you're a soloist especially, or if you're a jazz musicians are not improvising, reading anything, you know, they're playing from their heart. Even if they're kind of making it up on the spot, they are not really, because they're following some rules, but most of what they're doing is making it up on the spot. And we can try to do the same thing as a classical musician. You pick your concerto or your piece, and then you learn it from memory. And when you have it from memory, then you perform it exactly the way that it feels on your heart that it should sound like. Not copying anybody else anymore, and not trying to be a robot. Oh, I'm just trying to not miss any notes here, you know, because it'll be very clear and then people will like me. No, try to make every note that comes even more important than one that passed before. Every note counts, even if they are very fast. And then you start feeling good about yourself, because finally your inner voice, what is inside you, maybe it's coming out of your belt also. Because everyone has a different way of telling a story. Yes? Everyone. Nobody's going to tell, I don't know, how do you call, I don't know, any child story. And not two people are going to tell it the same way. Even if you're reading out of the book, people are going to emphasize on different words or in different pauses or different aspects of the text. So this is exactly how I told you guys the beginning of how to find your sound, how to produce your sound, how to work on your sound. And now it comes the point where you have to translate your inner feelings about that particular moment on that particular piece through your bell, which is the most fun that we can have. Can you imagine telling somebody, no, when you really feel enthusiastic about something? I don't know if you guys like football or not. I really love football, you know. And let's say your football team won, and you really want to tell people that your team won and how good they were. You're not going to tell them, yeah, you know, my team won. Yeah, okay. Nobody's gonna do that. And that's the way we should tell a story when we play our instrument also. If you tell it so boring that not even you want to listen to it, how are you going to make an impact on the public, on the listeners, or even on the judges that are judging you to give you a prize on a competition, or even a job for you to win money and be able to have a good life for the rest of your life? You know, we need to make an impression on the people that are listening to us. Of course, by having a good technique, yes, by playing clear, of course, but most importantly, people have to hear what you have to say through your instrument, which is the base of how you find your inner voice. You have to find it. You have to be able to translate your feelings, your emotions, what you feel about that particular piece through your bell, and the people should be able to receive that message clearly. I've discussed with many colleagues, I've talked with many of them, and some of us, even myself, could have some misconceptions about what the judges or what the judges in a competition or in a job are expecting from you. But then when we start speaking with people that already have jobs or that have had jobs for a long time from many different parts of the world, we all come to an agreement that at that particular audition that they won the position in the orchestra, let's say, for example, is when they played clear, of course, with a good sound, with a good technique, yeah, good in tune, but they could express themselves. They were free enough to be able to tell a story, to express what they felt, which is the most important part about being a musician. Never forget this. We're not robots, we are human beings, and we express emotions. If I pay a ticket to go to a concert, I don't want to hear a robot playing the trumpet or the tuba or the trombone. I want to hear somebody that will make me feel good or bad or excited or sad or happy. This is what I think most 99% of the public want to hear. That 1%, of course, maybe he wants to hear you miss the note and talk about it all his life. Oh, I went to Fábio's concert and he missed the 2 notes during the Tomasi trumpet concerto. And this is the only thing we have to say for his whole life. Yeah, we don't have to care about these people. Care about the people that go to enjoy music. Yes? This is what I have to say about finding your own way. And now, pursuing your dreams. I think if you find your voice, you're more than capable and more than prepared to follow your dream. One thing is to say, I dream about flying by myself, you know. This is one, I don't know, let's say I'm going to fly, yes. But if you don't find a way to keep yourself on the air, you're not going to be able to fly, you know. And not any dream is not stupid. Every dream has some, it's possible. Every dream is possible, but you have to have the correct ways of being able to do your dream, to fulfill your dream. And on the brass instrument, I don't know if we have anybody here that's not a trumpet player. I think everybody is a trumpet player here. So let's concentrate on the trumpet. I think that for being able to pursue your dreams on the trumpet, you need to have all of the aspects on your technique and being able to express yourself very clearly on your instrument. Once that's done, when you have that, then is when your job begins. Then is when you really need to go after your heart. Let's say when you're 5 years old or 10 years old or 15, whenever you started playing the trumpet and you decided that was gonna be for you, you had the dream of playing, I don't know, first trumpet on your local band, or being the principal trumpet of a very big orchestra, or having your own jazz combo, or being the best mariachi player in Mexico, or being an international soloist, or whatever, or being a teacher of a very big conservatory, you know? And when you feel that you have ready your technique and you can show it on your instrument, then you have to go back to being a child again or a teenager and see if the dream is still the same. I wanted to be a teacher when I was 12 years old. Now I'm 25 and I don't think I want to be a teacher anymore. Maybe I want to play in an orchestra. Then you have to concentrate all of your efforts to do what you like. I see a lot of friends that I have and colleagues, you know, when you ask them, what are you doing these days? Oh, I'm doing a bit of everything, you know, I play jazz, I play mariachi, I play salsa, I play in the band, I play in the brass quintet, and I'm playing everywhere. And I say, is this what you want to do? Yeah, this is what I have to do to make a living. Yes, I understand that. And I did that myself also. But then it comes to a point where you may be thinking too much about your job and not about having fun anymore. This is something that we really have to decide yourself. Maybe for you, it's more important at that moment to have a family or to pay your debts, so you need to work. So that is your dream at that moment. Which means that it doesn't mean that if you took that path for some years, that you cannot change it. Always follow your dreams, always, because your dreams can change. You can have a dream for 10 years of, I don't know, playing every kind of music you want and traveling all the world playing with any kind of musicians. This will be your dream for 10 years, let's say. But then right at one day you wake up and say, whoa, I'm tired of this. I really want to teach at a conservatory and have a position doing that. Stop what you're doing and concentrate 100% of your energy on finding that job that you want. Otherwise, you never get it, because there are many people on the world with the same dream that you have. And if you don't work 100% concentrated on your dream, first of all, if it's not your dream, you're not gonna wanna work 100% for it. If it's something that your father tells you, or your mom, or your wife, or your boyfriend, if it's somebody else telling you what you should do, you're never gonna work 100%. You won't, you just won't. And so first thing about pursuing your dream is knowing what is your dream. Many people don't know what their dream is, which is kind of sad, actually, you know. I'll tell you my story really fast so you understand a little bit. My story is I started when I was 7 years old, and I always wanted to be a soloist, a classical trumpet soloist, always. That's what I started doing, you know, since I was 7 years old. And then I was principal trumpet in orchestras, in 2 different orchestras for more than 10 years. Life took me that way, and I accepted it. I went to take the auditions, and I passed them. I played well, and I took auditions, and I got jobs, and I was getting some money, good money, and I was having a good life. And after 10 years of doing that, already having a fixed position for the rest of my life, let's say, with quite good money, one day I woke up, and that 7-year-old kid talked to me again, you know? That 7-year-old kid said, "Hey, didn't you start playing the trumpet because you wanted to be a soloist?" Yes, I think you still do, don't you? Me talking to myself, yeah? And then, yeah, that's what I wanted to do. So I just quit everything. I quit the orchestra. I went to the orchestra manager and I said, "Next season, I'm not coming back. Thank you so much." And I changed countries. I already had family and son, a wife and a son, and I decided to work 100% for that dream, you know? And so if it worked for me, I'm sure it can work for anybody, because we are all built the same way. We all have 2 eyes, you know, most of us, but at least we are built the same way. You know, we came to this world for the same way. So there's no point of feeling that you're not able to do something. I really want you guys to understand that no matter which age, which gender, which race, which status, social status you have, doesn't matter. If you have a dream, you follow your dream. I think this is the only way a musician is gonna be happy. If you're not this type of person, maybe you will not even be a musician. You would like to be a lawyer, or I don't know, another profession. But if you chose to be a musician, if that's the end of your studies, you really decided to be a musician, it's because you're the kind of person that has a dream, I think. Otherwise, you just follow for another kind of job, which you maybe don't have to concentrate all of your energy every day for your entire life. You know, most jobs you just work, I don't know, 8 hours a day, and you go home and you forget about it. A musician cannot do that, you know? Even when you go to bed, you're listening to music in your head, you know, you cannot stop. So maybe I'm sounding a little bit hard. Music is the hardest thing to do. No, if you like doing music, it's the easiest thing to do, because at some point, if you really work on it, people are gonna give you money to do it, you know? And I find sometimes even funny, how can people pay me if I just blow air into a tube, you know? That's all I do. And I move some fingers and I blow some air, you know, and people are paying me for me to do this. And really what I'm doing is telling a story all day, like I'm telling you guys now. That's all I feel that I'm doing, you know. I go on stage and I tell them what I feel about that piece. You know, of course, respecting very, very much the time period and the composer that wrote it and what is written on the score. You have to study that. Like you're telling a story about, I don't know, about a Brazilian person, but then you start saying that he was born in Japan. It makes no sense. You have to know the background of the piece for you to be able to tell that story on your own way. So I go on stage and I perform, sometimes perfectly, almost never. Most of the time, some notes missing here or there, but at least I express my feelings at that moment, and I can see in the eyes of the public if they are liking it or not. And if they are not liking them, I don't receive any reactions from them. I simply change the way I'm playing on the spot. Is there anything more beautiful than that? It's like you're telling something to your mom. Mom, I want to go out tonight. Let's say, you know, Mama, I want to go out tonight. And your mom says, no. Come on, Mama, please. You know, I did my homework. I helped you clean. Please, it's not going to be too late. You try to convince your mom to let you do what you want. That's the same thing you do when you're playing. If you have an audience that is very receptive, then you just keep doing the way you are. If you have an audience that's not, then you change and you try to find what they want to listen to. That's the most beauty about music, is to communicate to people. So guys, if you really want to be a musician, it's the most beautiful thing you ever do. You have to work hard. like anybody in their jobs if they want to be good, you know. But then you have so many people in the world that you can express what you want to say to, and doing something that you love, you know. And since our class is really short, unfortunately, I think we only have 5 minutes left. I think I'm going to open for some questions. I think I have one written down here. And please, if anybody has another question, ask. It can be through the microphone. Somebody asked here, how to develop an intelligent study to improve the trumpet technique. I hope you're great, from Panama. Damian asked. I don't know if Damian is still here. Yeah, he's there. I don't see his webcam, but he's there. Okay, Damian. An intelligent study, the word intelligent is very intelligent for you to write. One thing is to practice many hours a day, not knowing how to or what to do. And another thing is to have a teacher, or many teachers. I would recommend at least one teacher that will help you follow a path of practice and studies and exercises, and stick to it. Very concentrated, and try to understand how and why you're doing those exercises. And don't waste time. One thing is much better to practice half an hour a day, very concentrated, than have a 3-hour practice session just not paying attention on what you're doing. So I think I answered your question. If not, please write down. Anybody else has a question? Massano, you have a question? No, I think you did. If you have a question, just put your microphone and say, or write down. Or write it down. I think you're trying to ask something. Okay. Hi, Maestro. How do you deal with the study of an orchestral passage or a new concert? Okay. If the piece, either the concert or the orchestral passage, is already has already been recorded or is well known, I would listen to many recordings of it, as many as possible, so that I get an understanding of the context of that piece. If it's not, then I will try to make it a contest. Let's say you just received, which is my case sometimes, we have 2.5 minutes left. I'll be very fast. And wait for one more question, huh? I will answer in 1 minute. Let's say I received a new piece that was never performed before, like a trumpet concerto or a piece for trumpet and piano. Yes? First of all, if the composer is writing it down, is sending it to me, I will ask for him to send me a MIDI or a recording of it so I can listen to it. If there's nothing available, then I'll just divide it up. I'll see what's the tempo, and all of the aspects of it. Try to solfege it, understand it before I practice on my instrument. So when I pick my instrument, I already have a good idea of what it is. Yes? I've got 2 more questions here. I think I try to understand in 30 seconds each. Hi, Maestro. Any advice to improve the staccato? Yes, many advices. With a short time, it's not so possible. But for a trumpet player, I think a very simple way to improve the staccato is pick up the staccato part of the Arbon book and be very meticulous with it. Read what Arbon wrote about it and just be very meticulous. Don't accept any mistakes. One more question. Sometimes I have problems with slow movements. That's a good question. Slow movements, I would recommend you sing it or whistle it before you play on the instrument. Sing it and record yourself singing it and see if you make any sense of it. Sometimes we sing it exactly the way we play and it's boring, you know? So try to sing it, or if you're a very bad singer, whistle it. You know, sometimes it works for me. And see if you're making the lines that you would like to make. You have to understand where the lines are going to be able to make the music. Yes? Anyways, I think our time is finished. Thank you very much. Yes, I heard somebody. Welcome.
Fabio?
Luca.
Yes, I would like to thank you, and the time is running and the studio is kind of telling me we need to keep going. Thank you very much. Obrigado. Gracias de todo. Thank you very much for the wonderful masterclass. And I hope next year you will be in the team in the Italian Brass Week, and we work on it. Okay?
Thank you so much. and much happy for the festival. Everything good for the festival.
Grazie, obrigado.
Gracias, gracias Fabio. Y disfruta tus vacaciones.
Gracias.
Ciao.
So we are back in the studio and the masterclass with our extraordinary masters are for the moment finished, and as usual every day we have the series of our chefs. Tutti i giorni ringraziamo appunto tutti i grandi maestri che sono intervenuti stamani mattina. E adesso proseguiamo con la nostra rubrica legata alla cucina e abbiamo un grande chef che ci darà un contributo su un piatto che io amo particolarmente, la tartare tagliata al coltello con il tartufo estivo. Parliamo di Gianni Giorgi del ristorante toscanino che è sopra la Rinascente, è un posto meraviglioso dove io spesso vado a farmi gli aperitivi, dove si vede tutta Firenze. We're talking about Gianni Giorgi from the Toscanino restaurant. Is a top roof restaurant on Rinascente in Florence, and he will talk about tartare, cut it with a knife, and truffle, summer truffle. Enjoy Gianni Giorgi and the restaurant Toscanino.
Benvenuti a tutti, io sono Luisanna Messeri e mi occuperò della parte gastronomica della Italian Brass Week. Spero di soddisfarvi, è l'ora di pranzo e quindi ogni giorno vi presenterò un cuoco e una ricetta tra le migliori e tra le più buone che possiamo offrirvi a Firenze. Ho preparato per voi una spadellata di note, 7 incontri come 7 sono le note musicali. Sobrietà, sincerità, semplicità, queste le caratteristiche della cucina toscana. E se dico Etruschi, Lorenzo il Magnifico, Giotto, Botticelli, Michelangelo, Donatello, scommetto che anche voi cascate in terra in preda alla sindrome di Stendhal. E allora siete anche quelli che se dico bistecca, ribollita, pappa al pomodoro, olio extravergine d'oliva, panzanella, arista, fagioli zolfini, cavolo nero, zuppa inglese o bomboloni, ecco che scommetto che vi aumenta la salivazione. E allora non c'è verso, dovete venire a Firenze, perché dovete venire a scoprire quanto c'è ancora da gustare e da vedere. Dovete venire a conoscere i suoi uomini, le sue donne, i nostri prodotti, il famoso saper vivere toscano, che è quel modo schietto, forse anche un po' rustico, ma che ha conquistato il mondo. Tutti ingredienti che l'hanno resa unica, inimitabile, proprio come la sua gente. Firenze e la Toscana, patrimonio mondiale dell'umanità, patrimonio anche del mio cuore, e spero, con questi nostri incontri, che diventi anche un po' del vostro. Vi aspettiamo a Firenze e intanto viva la Italian Brass Week! Buon appetito a tutti!
Ciao Luisanna, ben arrivata. Accomodati, vieni. Sediamo in terrazza.
Toscanino nasce da un'idea di Simone Arnetoli e da me che gli ho dato forma e colori.
È un format nato per promuovere le eccellenze toscane nel mondo.
Salve, ci troviamo sulla terrazza della Rinascente al ristorante toscanino.
Piazza della Repubblica.
Piazza della Repubblica.
In che città, scusi?
Firenze, credo.
Ah, Firenze, vediamo un po'. Sì, dice Firenze, anche questa.
Il piatto di oggi è una tartara di bicchiere con burrata, abbiamo il tartufo di norcia e un uovo fritto croccante.
Per cui scusa, io vengo alla Rinascente a comprarmi una borsina e poi salgo su a mangiare da te?
Magari uno sale su, fa l'aperitivo,
E
compra
dopo
la borsina
compra.
e poi torna a mangiare.
Ho capito.
Allora,
Ecco.
iniziamo col taglio. Il bicchiere è la carne che preferiamo perché è quella che ci piace di più. Si può fare col filetto, col controfiletto e altri tagli.
Senti, che carne è questa?
Questa qui sarebbe una scottona di chianina e quindi una carne sotto i 18 mesi, tenera. Naturalmente quando si dice scottona si parla di una carne che non ha ancora partorito, diciamo così,
sì.
E quindi è molto tenera.
Ho capito, una vitellona,
Una vitellona,
Ho
sì.
capito. Quindi te
La
l'hai
tagliamo
prima tagliata
a fetti. Poi la facciamo al coltello perché non ci piace spremere la carne tritandola e abbiamo una carne molto più saporita poi in bocca. Uno deve provare a farle dei quadrettini più piccoli possibile senza batterla, quindi non è la classica battuta ma è una tartare fatta al coltello.
Ah, ecco, c'è differenza quindi tra una battuta e una fatta al coltello.
Perché la battuta ora vi faccio vedere, anche se molti la preferiscono, la battuta sarebbe dopo aver tagliato la carne si va a batterla,
Ah, ho
quindi
capito.
uno finisce per spremerla questa carne.
Quindi qui uno strumento importante, il coltello
Sì,
è
lo
un
strumento
tuo compagno.
importante è un coltello ben affilato che tratta bene la carne, che non la spreme, che ci consente di avere una carne saporita e succulenta in bocca.
Bene, quindi tagliata a dadini.
Eccola qui. Finiamo per ora.
Tagliata al coltello.
Coltello, come piace a noi.
Sì.
Allora, andiamo a condirla, scegliamo un olio gentile ma sempre toscano, in questo caso ho scelto di Evole, che è un olio che ci si presta bene con questa preparazione.
Conosco il vino di Evole.
E qui abbiamo un olio molto interessante, solo leccino, quindi sempre un autoctono toscano.
Monocultiva. Non ti tante cose. Perché invece l'olio toscano è composto da leccino frantoiano e anche moraiolo. Quello classico, diciamo.
Qui
Ora
una
cos'è?
punta di Worcester, ma proprio una punta leggerissima.
Bene.
Generosi di sale naturalmente, perché la carne deve venire fuori un bel sapore. E alla fine il pepe.
Pepe nero macinato
al mulinello rigorosamente.
Al mulinello. Sarebbe finita?
No, ancora no. Siamo all'inizio.
Ecco.
Quindi ora un'altra fase molto importante quando si fa la tartara è quella di girare questa carne per farla insaporire per bene nell'olio, nel sale, nel Worcester.
Quindi io la dovrei tenere un pochino lì condita?
Io direi di sì, quei 5-10 minuti sono necessari per avere un bel
Sono
sapore.
necessari, quindi
se uno resiste.
Ho capito. Quindi quando chiedete una tartare, se ve la portano dopo un secondo,
ce l'hanno tritata in frigo.
Ecco, ce l'hanno tritata in frigo. Va bene.
Da noi si lamentano perché arriva dopo 20 minuti, perché ci vogliono 10 minuti per tritarla.
È giusto. Non abbiate furia quando venite al ristorante, mi raccomando.
Anche perché poi bisogna andare a fare gli acquisti giù alla Rinascente e tornare ancora su all'ennesimo.
Esatto.
Andiamo a impiattarla. Prendiamo uno stampo, in questo caso l'abbiamo scelto rotondo, ma la forma non è assolutamente importante. Io a casa la faccio con un bicchiere di plastica tutte le volte.
Ecco, vedi.
Ci consente di avere...
Cioè riempi il bicchiere e poi lo rovesci.
Sì, perché
questa
uno
è una
dice,
bella idea,
alla fine dice hanno tutti gli attrezzi, non è solo un attrezzo che ci aiuta a lavorare bene.
che bellina, è già bellina. E questo piattone lungo lungo vuol dire che ci metti qualche altra cosa?
Direi. Qui abbiamo scelto una burrata di solo latte fiorentino del caseificio toscano. È una delle tante scelte sui prodotti toscani che noi abbiamo dovuto fare con piacere. Questo prodotto diremo veramente interessante e poi lo assaggiamo.
Andate a vedere hashtag io adotto un produttore toscano. Qui a Toscanino sono famosi per quello.
Quindi vado a mettere un uovo che l'ho lasciato marinare 8 ore nel vin santo con un filino d'olio e poi pane e fritto in modo da rimanere crudo all'interno e profumato.
Scusa, un uovo lì dentro c'è il bianco.
C'è solo il rosso.
Ah, c'è solo il tuorlo, l'hai messo.
Il bianco l'ho mangiato io per le proteine.
Scusa, come hai fatto quest'uovo? E questo gli va detto ai nostri.
E l'uovo viene marinato 8 ore con vin santo, olio e una puntina di sale. Dopodiché si lascia 2 minuti nel pane grattugiato e si frigge.
Che meraviglia!
Allora, andiamo a definire questo piatto. Abbiamo scelto un grissino che è figlio dei nostri sbirulini, è l'impasto a lievitazione naturale per 24-48 ore. Strappiamo un pezzettino dello sbirulino e facciamo i grissini tutte le mattine per darli caldi poi con la tartara. Se uno vuole essere generoso ne mette un altro di sbirulino, anche perché poi ce lo chiedono. Naturalmente per premiare la burrata ci vuole sempre il basilico, un tocchettino croccante di basilico per trovare.
L'hai fritto?
Sì, perché mi piace trovare delle consistenze nel piatto che normalmente.
Vedi Gianni, perché questo sembra una sciocchezza, dice una tartare.
Però uno trova consistenze diverse. E poi qui abbiamo
ora è il momento.
Che dire?
Tartufon.
Qui io farei così.
Mi sembra che tu faccia bene, Gianni.
Sì. E per finire, come dice un mio carissimo amico, generosi di olio toscano.
Ecco, quello ci sta sempre bene, vero? Perché poi dice che i fiorentini sono tirchi, non ci mettono il giro ma ci mettono una C, non un giro, perché così risparmiano.
Magari sono tirchi di sale, come la storia insegna, ma c'era un motivo anche per quello. Ecco a voi questa tartara, bella carica, ricca, noi la consideriamo come piatto unico.
Vorrei vedere.
Ma se uno prima si mangia un piscio al ragù, secondo me la gusta meglio. Sì, secondo me sì.
Allora Gianni, al Toscanino, siamo in cima a Piazza della Repubblica.
Pisa, ecco la torre, a voi.
Firenze, grazie. Senti una cosa, ma se questa fosse una musica, questo piatto è una musica.
Ma qui
che musica è? Che canzone è?
Io direi Bocca Riosa di De André. Mi ricorda sempre quando faccio la tartara questa canzone che per me è la prima canzone che ho cantato. Quindi la ripeto tutte le volte, poi mentre la taglio la carne mi ricorda il Fabrizio.
Che bello, grazie Gianni, grazie a tutti voi, grazie a Laura, grazie a Toscanino.
Grazie.
Nós somos o Quinteto Brazuca. Estamos diretamente do Brasil e iremos passar momentos bem especiais e divertidos com vocês. Meu nome é Edinho Tavares, eu sou trompista do Quinteto Brazuca e em nome de todo o quinteto eu gostaria de expressar a nossa satisfação e a nossa felicidade de estar participando do Italian Brass Week. Essa primeira música que acabamos de ouvir, ela se chama Aquarela do Brasil, é do grande compositor Ari Barroso. Ari Barroso é uma figura muito importante para a música brasileira, porque ele ajudou a difundir a música brasileira, o samba do Brasil, para todo o planeta. Uma figura muito importante. A próxima música também é de um compositor muito importante, só que o nome dele é Heitor Villa-Lobos. Heitor Villa-Lobos ele já escrevia de uma forma diferente, mais para os grandes grupos orquestrais, para as orquestras sinfônicas, para os corais. E na música de Villa-Lobos ele sempre usava elementos do cotidiano nas suas obras. Essa música, por exemplo, ele pegou um trem, uma locomotiva. Ele imaginou o trem parado e aí na música dele ele vai acelerando o trem. Ele vai acelerando a locomotiva até pegar velocidade. Depois que ela pega a velocidade, ele fez uma linda melodia simbolizando a paisagem onde o trem passava. No final da música, ele vai freando, ele vai parando o trem, vai parando a locomotiva, devagar, devagar, até parar totalmente. Então com vocês agora, do grande compositor brasileiro Heitor Villa-Lobos, O Trenzinho Caipira.
No final da década de 50, com a grande influência do samba e do jazz norte-americano, surge no Brasil um novo estilo musical, denominado Bossa Nova. A Bossa Nova ficou conhecida mundialmente através de dois gênios da música, Tom Jobim e Vinícius de Moraes. Então, de Tom e Vinícius, Água de Beber.
trombonista do Quinteto Brazuca, e vou falar para vocês sobre um ritmo musical que é um grande patrimônio brasileiro, o choro. O choro, popularmente chamado de chorinho, é um estilo musical que teve sua origem em meados do século XIX. Os historiadores se divergem quanto à origem desse termo. Uns dizem que se originou da interpretação melancólica, chorosa das músicas estrangeiras no século XIX, que fazia os amantes desse tipo de música chorarem. Outros dizem que se derivou da palavra cholo, que era um tipo de baile dos escravos nas fazendas, e essa expressão, por alguma confusão, passou a ser conhecida como choro. O fato é que na década de 1910, o choro já havia se consolidado como gênero musical. Ele teve como precursor Joaquim Calado Júnior, um habilidoso flautista que na década de 1870 organizou um grupo de músicos denominado Choro do Calado. Depois dele surgiram vários expoentes que ajudaram o choro a se estabelecer como patrimônio musical brasileiro. Dentre eles, podemos citar nomes como Anacleto de Medeiros, Ernesto Nazaré, Patápio Silva, Jacó do Bandolim, Chiquinha Gonzaga, Pixinguinha, entre outros. É um estilo que inicialmente era instrumental, onde predominavam instrumentos como a flauta, o bandolim e o cavaquinho, além dos violões de 6 e 7 cordas. Mas vários instrumentos ajudaram a contar a história da ascensão desse gênero musical no país, como o clarinete, o saxofone, o piano, o pandeiro e o trombone, de quem falaremos agora através da figura de Raul de Barros. Ele foi um grande músico que teve contribuição fundamental no papel do trombone como solista no cenário brasileiro. Ele compôs a icônica música Na Glória, no ano de 1949. Música essa que é considerada o hino do trombone popular brasileiro. Além disso, essa música é um dos expoentes do choro de gafieira, que é uma vertente mais dançante do choro. Com vocês, Na Glória, de Raul de Barros, onde tive o prazer de ser o solista.
Olá, sou o Marcos Tudeia, tubista do Quinteto Brazuca. É um prazer enorme participar do Italian Brass Week. É muito importante para nós participar de um festival tão grande assim, no segmento de metais. Um dos maiores festivais de música do mundo. Muito obrigado pelo convite. Bom, a próxima peça que vamos apresentar se chama Carinhoso, do grande Alfredo da Rocha Viana Filho, mais conhecido como Pixinguinha, né? Pixinguinha foi um grande flautista, saxofonista, arranjador, maestro, compositor, foi um grande músico, um dos maiores compositores da música popular brasileira. Nascido no dia 23 de abril de 1897 no Rio de Janeiro. 23 de abril comemoramos o Dia do Choro. Não é uma data assim de coincidência, mas sim comemoramos o Dia do Choro pela data de nascimento do Pixinguinha, um cara que divulgou muito esse estilo de música. Bom, o choro, né? Nós chamamos de chorinho também. Chorinho foi criado há 150 anos. Esse ano comemoramos 150 anos do choro. Em 1870, o choro foi criado no subúrbio carioca, no bairro Cidade Nova, no Rio de Janeiro. Na época, o Rio de Janeiro era a capital do Brasil, né? Então essa música é muito importante para o Brasil. Bom, vamos falar sobre o Carinhoso. Carinhoso é uma das obras mais belas do Pixinguinha, assim, que estava pra gente é a mais famosa, né? Pixinguinha criou ela entre 1916 e 1917. Muito importante. Anos depois, ela foi feita uma letra sobre essa música pelo João de Barro. Em 1937, um um cara muito famoso aqui, um cantor muito famoso, chamado Orlando Silva, gravou essa linda obra. Então, vamos apresentar essa obra com grande solo do nosso amigo Pedro Santos. Muito obrigado, espero que curtem.
Estamos chegando ao fim da nossa apresentação. Eu sou o Pedro Santos, trompetista do Quinteto Brazuca, e gostaria também de agradecer o convite em participar dessa histórica edição do Italian Brass Week. Bom, agora estamos aqui no Brasil, cada um em suas casas, esperando o momento de nos encontrarmos novamente de uma forma não virtual para fazer o que amamos, a música. Nesses últimos meses, o mundo parou de uma forma nunca vista nesse século. Tivemos que nos abrigar e nos isolar em nossas casas, enquanto em todos os continentes o vírus se espalhava. Não tem como também não citar as perdas que muitos tiveram e as vidas que se foram. Provavelmente você conhece um amigo, um conhecido, um familiar que se foi nesse triste período, o qual infelizmente ainda passamos aqui no Brasil. Durante todo o confinamento, também não podemos esquecer de muitos artistas que ao redor do mundo fizeram o possível para amenizar essa dor que sentíamos, com apresentações musicais em suas varandas ou através de lives. Aqui no Brasil, somos um povo que gosta muito de estar com a família e amigos e gostamos de nos abraçar e nos cumprimentar com beijos, ainda mais quem amamos, pais, parceiros, filhos. Uma forma de expressarmos amor. Você já parou para pensar o que vai dizer ao seu familiar ou amigo que há tempo não vê? Pessoalmente, quando tudo isso passar, esperamos que o mundo possa expressar mais o amor pelo próximo e que possamos viver em um mundo sem preconceitos, no qual você possa dizer 3 simples palavras: eu te amo. Nós, o Brazuca, de nossas casas, gravamos uma música que diz Eu Sei Que Vou Te Amar, do grande compositor Tom Jobim. Que essa melodia seja uma singela mensagem, nossa, de um recomeço de muito amor e esperança no mundo.
A.R. Resonance is a true Italian craftsman company merging science and art. Antonio has developed a unique approach to creating versatile instruments and mouthpieces which offer a wide array of sounds, spanning from brilliant and vibrant to rich and mellow, and everything in between. The primary mission in developing A.R. Resonance products is to simplify the player's efforts by fine-tuning the response of every element of the equipment. Using the finest modern technology, artisanal ethics, coupled with the typical classy Italian aesthetic, Antonio has built a line of products that have achieved global notoriety, on par with top custom brands in this business. The use of non-conventional materials, bronze, titanium, stainless steel, and buffalo horn, to name a few, allows for immense personalization in sound and feel. With thousands of combinations of rims, cups, weights, backbores, materials, and platings, there is something for even the most discerning of musicians. Mouthpieces are available for trumpets in any key, cornets, flugelhorns, trombones, euphoniums, and tubas. Most of the key components of trumpets and flugelhorns are made on CNC machines that create precise fits for a true tension-free result, from the water keys to the way the braces fit the threaded integral receiver lead pipe. Elements of the horn are 3D modeled and manufactured in our shop. A.R. Resonance is built on a deep understanding of how equipment works and how players think. The result is a truly unique and world-class line of instruments. Currently, there are 8 models of horns in production, with more on the way. The mouthpiece threads into the horn using a triple-threaded system, which allows for an ideal fit, quick insertion and removal, and the option to choose any gap level needed, which ultimately connects the player to the horn in the most efficient way possible. A.R. Resonance is a family-owned small business located in a small village in northern Italy. Antonio and his wife Elisa enjoy the company of the many customers that visit them from across the globe. Their goal is to leave a personal stamp on the industry through kindness, competence, and the joy of creating art that allows for artistic creation.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Deo Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations, and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
Hello everyone, we are back in the studio, and after a wonderful contribute from the concerts, the highlights of our festival, we are back in the studio to present a wonderful Chianti Classico. So Lirio Mangalaviti and Fabrizio Fiaschi, they will present Immigrant Wine. Siamo ritornati nello studio per dare la linea ai nostri esperti di vini. Lirio Mangalaviti e Fabrizio Fiaschi presenteranno un Chianti classico che si chiama Immigrant Wine. Enjoy e cheers, salute.
Bentornati per un altro episodio delle nostre chiacchierate su musica e vino. Siamo sempre in questo bellissimo contesto storico alla Boutique Hotel di Piazza della Signoria e abbiamo addirittura davanti questa che è una culla, una vera culla che raccolse i vagiti nel 1400 di una bambina, probabilmente di nobili origini, che qui trascorse i suoi primi mesi. E noi davanti a questa bellissima culla, in questo bellissimo posto che incombe su Piazza della Signoria, siamo sempre a parlare con il buon Fabrizio Fiaschi e gli chiediamo se possiamo provare a pensare a un connubio vino-musica classica.
Classico è tutto quello che ha la storia dentro, che non muta per le mode, che non muta perché il mercato gli chiede una certa cosa, ma che porta in sé la storia, la classicità, proprio la linfa vitale che lo conduce ad essere da storia ad attualità sempre nella stessa linea di azione.
Per questo un vino classico può essere anche un vino moderno.
Lo è senz'altro, anzi a maggior ragione un Chianti classico come questo della fattoria Castagnoli di Castellina in Chianti, che è un grande classico, e un Chianti classico che è fatto con metodologie moderne, con accorgimenti moderni e per un pubblico moderno anche, ma che si rifà a una classicità acquisita che non scende a compromessi con il mercato, che non scende a compromessi con i gusti che vanno e che vengono, ma che è coerente con se stesso, annata dopo annata ritrovi gli stessi gusti, la stessa traccia, la stessa linea identificativa aziendale.
Bando alle chiacchiere, passiamo all'assaggiato però.
Non mi sto, è vero? Questa è una cosina che mi fa piacere. Sangiovese in purezza, da vigne terrazzate, impianti ad alberello, vigneti con galestro affiorante, questi sassi bianchi che danno un tocco particolare alla mineralità di questo vino. Alla salute di tutti gli amici del Brass Festival. Ecco, ma lo senti gli strumenti come suonano questo vino? Questa è un'orchestra che suona.
È veramente possibile, per chi ha buon orecchio e per chi non ce l'ha comunque se lo gode lo stesso, ritracciare tutti i suoni diversi in questo vino.
Qui ci senti la sezione dei galestri che suonano, questi sassi bianchi che trattengono il calore del sole e che danno questa mineralità, questa sassosità, pietrosità al vino che è meravigliosa. Poi senti la sezione dei soli, dei caldi, del sole che tramonta all'ovest e irraggia fino all'ultimo raggio di sole questi terrazzamenti scoscesi di castagnoli, una meraviglia. E poi senti la sezione delle erbe officinali, queste essenze spontanee che nascono intorno ai vigneti, nei boschi, nei campi lì d'attorno e che permeano con le loro fragranze minerali, erbacee, questa bellezza di vino.
Ti faccio una domanda apparentemente sciocca che forse lo è anche realmente però. Come fa un sangiovese a essere così rotondo? Rispetto ad altri sangiovesi che sono più spiccosi.
Io non lo trovo rotondo, questo è un vino che ha al suo interno carattere, rotondità, rocciosità, ha tutto. Questo è il Chianti Classico che deve essere, non si scherza. Il Chianti Classico, quando ci vai a buttare dentro il 20% di uve internazionali, ora si va a polemica, lo so, è previsto dal disciplinare, va bene. No, il Chianti Classico deve essere così, Sangiovese, basta, non si scherza. Mineralità, decisione, drittezza e la polpa, quello che tu chiami rotondo, è il corpo dato dalla maturità dell'uva. Questa è un'uva raccolta al perfetto stato di maturazione da vigneti veramente unici. Te dovresti vedere i vigneti di Chisciano a Castellare.
Andrò a vedere. Allora diciamo due cose, sono nel comune di
Castellina in Chianti.
Vigneti a terrazza, ma hai detto?
No, Castellana, Castagnoli, che ho detto?
No, Castagnoli.
Castagnoli.
Hai detto ma siamo a Castellina in Chianti.
Castellina in Chianti.
Vigneti a terrazza.
A terrazza.
Tutti
i sassi di calestro, pochissimi ettari di terreno, massimo 40.000 bottiglie prodotte. È una gemma della produzione chiantigiana, poco conosciuta, ancora non molto diffusa e divulgata, ma che vale la pena approfondire e vale la pena che sia nelle vostre cantine.
Bene, allora cercatelo, bevetelo.
E io me ne bevo un altro po' perché male non fa. Alla salute di tutti i corni del mondo.
Salute.